Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Whoa, a weekend stream.
Tradoon.
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Saturday to each and every one of you who is here right now with us live, or maybe happy Sunday if it's already Sunday where you are in your time zone, or whether you're watching at some point in the future. I'm glad you're here, whatever time it is. Welcome to Paleontologizing, whether you're watching live or watching later on in the VOD, or on YouTube, or whatever. Cheers to you, and happy St. Patrick's Day. We're going to have a special stream today. It is our St. Patrick's Day Biogeography Special. You've all heard that legend about St. Patrick driving the snakes out of Ireland. Well, Ireland never had any snakes to start with. I know it's a legend. I know it's maybe not supposed to be taken literally. Whatever. But it provides us a wonderful opportunity to talk about biogeography, about why certain organisms live in certain places and not in other places. This is a question that's tied to modern biology, zoology, botany, also evolutionary biology, paleontology, which is right up my alley. Because, for anybody who might be new here, let me introduce myself. Like you, Fa Fresh, welcome, welcome. Haven't seen that name here before. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs, oftentimes in particular, but trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils. Dinosaurs are what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and of course what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. Usually 5 days a week. It's usually every weekday. But I was busy this Monday, doing a little bit of traveling. Couldn't stream on Monday, so we're making that up today, on Saturday. I figured since tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day here in the United States, let's do a special St. Patrick's Day stream. So here we are. With that being said, especially for the new folks, if you've got any questions at all about paleontology, about fossils, about dinosaurs in particular, what I actually study, or more broadly, questions about the history of life on Earth, questions about extinction and evolution and the origins of biodiversity, or the philosophy of science in general, please do not be shy with those questions. Please do not be shy with those questions. Questions like that are the bread and butter of these streams. They're what make this sort of thing special. The reason Twitch is such a wonderful medium for science outreach is that we can have a give and take in real time. You ask a question, I can try and answer it for you live. Try and walk you through it. You can ask for further clarification, whatever, you know? It's a live broadcast. Anything can happen. So yeah. And Cosmic Segan says, there are snakes in Ireland now. Yeah, in zoos or in people's homes, sure. But there are no snakes endemic to the Emerald Isle. Yeah. Chrissy Carson Art says, good afternoon from Oregon. a little bit further north from where I'm streaming right now, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I hope you're having a good day up there in Oregon. Christy Carson Hart, and welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Niffler says St. Patrick was actually Welsh. I know he was supposed to have been from Roman England. Or Roman Great Britain, to start with. I guess Wales is part of Great Britain, isn't it? Anyway, we're gonna do some greetings in a second, but I want to check on my lights here real quick. Here, give me a second. Pull that like that. And pull that like that. That's a little better. I like it. We'll save it like that. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. There are Oboa Constrictor. Very funny, Will62. Well, let's see who's here in the chat right now. We've got Golganek. How are you doing, Golganek? Welcome, welcome. Dorkalotl is back. Howdy, howdy, Dorkalotl. It's good to see you again. We've got Cyant Streams Balent. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you as always. Neilf. Howdy, howdy. Glad to have you here. Turtle Mama 19. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Long time no see, I guess. We're gonna have some different chatters here today because we are streaming for once on a Saturday, which is not a common occurrence when I'm here in my office. In the field, it's a different story. We work every day in the field, and I stream whenever I can. Cast Meow Black, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Smorphosaurus, it's good to have you here too, Smorph. Howdy, howdy. And it then did, welcome, welcome. And it, Will62. Hello, hello. And Dorkalotl, that is super, super cool that you're getting back into the field. I hope things are going well. I hope you're enjoying life. I hope everything's wonderful. It's wonderful to see you here, Dorkalotl. And thank you for your ongoing support. Holy cow, that's what, like 36 months? 37 months. Holy cow, Dorkalotl. Yeah. But yeah. And Lenina says, I've been watching a live stream about the newest eruption in Iceland. So I almost forgot about today's stream. Well, I'm glad you're here, Lenina. How is that eruption going, by the way? Mozocentric, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Tolkien Otaku says, a special in Ireland's lack of snakes that doesn't involve metaphors that paint pagans as subhuman? Count me in. Yes, indeed, Tolkien Otaku. It is great to have you here. Paleo Lord, welcome, welcome to you. I hope you're having a good day. Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Closing shift calls. Well, Alexander Morrison, I hope it goes well. Thanks for the greeting. Who else have we got? We've got Murph. Howdy, howdy, Murph. Always good to see you. Phoenix the Archaeologist. Howdy, howdy. And bonsoir to you also. Barian357 says, will there be green dinosaurs? For better or worse, green is often kind of the default color for dinosaurs in a lot of depictions, so there will be green dinosaurs today, Barian. There will be. Yeah. Cats and Dreamer says, I got out of bed for this. I almost read that in like a dissatisfied way, Cast the Dreamer. But that's probably not how you intended it. I'm glad you got out of bed for this. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. Muscari, how are you doing? Bojangle Jenkins, hello, hello. Boba Binks, hope things are going well with you. Rose Sand, this is the rarest of weekend streams. Hello to you too, Rose Sand. I'm glad you're here. Tommy Ploticus, welcome, welcome. Matt M33, a Tribune to you too, Matt M33. Ironheart 50, what's shaking with you? Good to see you. Beats International, hello, hello. And Paleontologist VA says, guess what I'm getting ready to do soon? As it gets to be later today, work on an Edmontosaurus caudal vertebra. Very cool. Paleontologist VA doing some prep work? Nice. And Fa Fresh, hello to you too. Rachel Darling Endeavors, happy Saturday to you also. Thank you, thank you. And biogeography is best geography, according to Muscari. I would be inclined to agree. Yeah. But yeah, Niffler, 10 whole weeks. Yes, indeed, Niffler. Definitely almost a year. Yeah. Sculpin. We hard drinkers do not need it today. Well, Sculpin, but do you often drink things that are green? Apart from St. Patrick's Day? Got some green food coloring in my water here. And 70-degree date today. Holy cow. Chrissy Carson art. I hope you mean Fahrenheit. Billy Betty roller skating. That sounds like a great way to celebrate. Congrats. Very nice. Creatrix Britt, how are you doing? Welcome, Britt. It's good to see you. And Patrick Crusader. Hello. Mudman, I hope you're doing well. Mudman says, I'm here. I can see that. I'm glad you're here. And Cosmic Segan says, have you ever been over to Alcatraz Island? I have been. Yeah, I have indeed. It's a cool place. Alcatraz. Interesting history. Verminted Tide Doug, howdy to you too. I hope you're doing well. Square Chap, hello. Welcome. Amelia Bedelia 2. How are you doing? I dig that apatosaur you got there. Real OG Tony says, I'm so glad you're here, Danny. The feeling's mutual. Real OG Tony. Glad you're here. Let's see. But yeah, Will62 says, chat shout out to the great mods on this channel. You do a fantastic job and some of the most welcoming I have seen out of hundreds of channels. Will62, that is high praise. And big applause and cheers for our moderators here. They do some fantastic work, and this community would not be what it is without them. So thank you, moderators. I hope you feel as appreciated as you are. Bought some green plants today. Oh, very nice, Mascari. Very nice. Ios and Lordy also bought some green plants today, including some catnip for the cats. So yeah. McGeek NLD, thank you, McGeek, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, and very nice, Paleontologist VA. Very nice. But yeah. Darkolotto says, my father-in-law came to visit a while ago. Most of what he knows about me is that I'm passionate about paleontology. Very cool. And he asked a lot about it. I got to explain that dinosaurs are a specific group of animals, not just what ancient extinct animals are called. Darkolotto, we just talked about that yesterday, actually. When we were talking about our misconceptions. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Top public misconceptions about dinosaurs. We did this yesterday for Everything You Think Is Wrong Day. Yeah, all creatures lived back then were dinosaurs, but nope. Yeah, you are exactly right, Dorklotto, as usual, of course. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of ancient critters. And in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs right here. That's, by definition, what a dinosaur is. It's a specific branch on the reptile family tree there. And so, you determine what is or is not a dinosaur basically based on ancestry. And you can figure out that ancestry based on the morphology of these animals, based on the shapes of their bones. Anyway, it's kind of shocking to me how many otherwise very intelligent, well-read, well-educated people have zero concept of this, of how we actually classify living things, and it's because it's just not really taught in American schools, or in many other schools around the world either. But I think the U.S. does a particularly bad job of this, for a number of reasons. But yeah, eating a salad with many green leaves, very nice. And McGeek says, thank you. I just saw a video of you on Steam playing Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Well, well, well. Had to look you up. I'm so glad you're here, McGeek. Yeah, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch doing science outreach, you know? When I'm not here in my office, for like 2 or 3 months out of the year, sometimes even longer, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to ask the co-discoverer and namer of Utah Raptor about that animal, or about Gastonia, or various other Utah ankylosaurs, or really anything at all about Utah dinosaurs or Utah geology, I don't know. I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone else on Earth who knows more than Jim does.
Jim Kirkman here.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Volko Boffer, holy cow, thank you for the prime there. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Enjoy using those emotes. Good stuff. Yeah.
Anyway, awesome.
So I will be doing much more of this next
summer.
summer.
An iguanodontian dinosaur, kind of similar to like Iguanacolossus, which is also from the lower yellow cat.
Yeah, it's
right?
probably a little bit younger than this, but still lower yellow cat.
Yeah.
The yellow cat may hit 3 or 4 different fawns.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Holy cow, yeah.
Because it represents a lot more time than the upper yellow cat, most likely.
Right. So just less deposition going on, kind of slower going,
Stacked soil rising, Z-soil rising, probably represents up the way they developed, like 250,000 years or so each.
Right.
Just for the soil, and before, when those sediments came down, was before the soil developed. So.
Sure. So this could be like 1 million years or more older than Iguanacolossus.
Yeah, it's certainly very good.
What does the middle Jurassic look like?
A blank almost globally.
Yeah.
What's this? There's a lot of seaweed.
Hans in the Wild.
We have trackway.
Hans in the Wild says, I took a comparative anatomy course, an evolution course in college, to gain an understanding of how you use morphology and anatomy to identify things. That is super cool, Hans. I hope you feel right at home here. A lot of the concepts that we're going to be discussing, you'll have kind of a head start on that. Excellent. Welcome, Hans in the Wild. It's good to have you here. And Chris Carson Art says, are there any continents the dinosaurs did not live on? No. Dinosaurs lived on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. Because dinosaurs got sort of lucky in this regard. Around the time that the dinosaurs first evolved, about 240 million years ago, all of Earth's continents were mushed together into this massive supercontinent, which we call Pangaea. And so if you're a dinosaur, some of the first dinosaurs that we have are from the southern part of South America, down here in Argentina, and also like southern Africa. This is probably the region where some of the first dinosaurs evolved, maybe? And then from there, they could spread out all across the world. Not just South America and Africa, but also down into Australia and Antarctica, Madagascar, and India, which is right here. They could walk up into North America, and over here into Europe and Asia. So yeah. Not really in the Karoo Basin, I don't think. Well, when I think Karoo, I think Permian, which is before the dinosaurs will 6-2. But they might have some Mesozoic strata in the Karoo as well. And this is like, we've gotten this question several times this week about dinosaurs from Antarctica. We indeed do have Antarctic dinosaurs. Here, take a look at this.
Today there is only ice and snow.
Burp.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
And cryptid creature. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What about New Zealand? We've got little scraps of dinosaur fossils from New Zealand, but not very much. There's a lot more Cenozoic fossils from New Zealand than Mesozoic fossils. Fossils from the age of mammals afterward.
Millions of years ago,
Yeah.
Antarctica was home to prehistoric giants. Discover a world lost to time and snow. Join a new generation of researchers in
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Golganek, thank you for gifting
Golganek
Fall Machine
gifted a
there.
tier 1 sub to Fall Machine
I
1790.
do appreciate that Fall Machine. That Golganek. Thank you, thank you.
Gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate you so much, Golganek. Holy cow. Once again, MVP Golganek. And Fall Machine, enjoy.
uncovering the ancient past of the coldest and most inhospitable.
And Dorkalotl says the Florida Museum has a special exhibit about Cryolophosaurus right now. Very cool, Dorkalotl. Antarctic paleontology is intense? Absolutely. Yeah. Shoot, yeah, Tom Holtz just retweeted one of those the other day. Yesterday for Fossil Friday. Yeah, Dean Lomax got to visit with the holotype of Cryolophosaurus. Yeah, discovered in Antarctica in 1991. This is the original skull of the Jurassic theropod Cryolophosaurus, the frozen crested lizard. Cryolophosaurus. Gotta love that crest. Beautiful. Yeah. Such a cool animal. Such a cool animal. What you're looking at right here is... Here, let me kind of annotate this for you. Hang on a sec. Kind of fill in the blanks for you. Come on, annotation software, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, so this is kind of the back of the skull like this. This is that big cool crest that the animal has right here. And then the snout would come over like this. There we go. The eye would be about right here, because this is the orbit. This is the antorbital fenestra right there. And then your nares, your bony nostril, would be right there. And your teeth would be like this. Yeah. There you go. Cryolophosaurus. Yeah, I actually, here. Emelith, thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate that very much, Emelith. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 8 months, Emelith. Yeah, it's really more like this. And hang on a second. Dorkalotl! Look at you washing those ads away.
Dorkalotl is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
I really appreciate that, Dorkalotl. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. That's wonderful. I appreciate you, Dorkalotl. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, and we're getting closer to our sub goal. Beautiful. Yeah. Excellent. So yeah. Oh, and thank you for your mod work, Claire. I appreciate that. I appreciate your MS Paint Dinos, Emelith. Yeah, I wish the annotation software would do more graceful line work, but it just kind of like makes everything look like Microsoft Paint. Yeah. But anyway. That's Cryolophosaurus right there.
Place on Earth through an immersive exhibit and larger-than-life Omnimax film. Dinosaurs of Antarctica at Cincinnati Museum Center.
Yeah, cool stuff. Digging fossils in Antarctica is not easy. It's really, really not easy.
Best in the world.
A hunt. He's filmed it himself.
A lot of the places we went to, no one's ever walked over this ground. So to start to find fossils, you just got to go out there and look.
This is very much in line with our subject matter for the day, biogeography.
Steve joined a US-led expedition to the Antarctic Peninsula.
And there you go, stop calendar. Yes, indeed. It's not cheap to get to Antarctica.
To reveal the lost world from the age of dinosaurs.
You can't just drive your Prius there like I do when I'm going to Utah.
The Antarctic Peninsula is one of the few places in the world where you can discover what life was like when dinosaurs became extinct, and what that means for life as we now know it.
Do they have
during the
like
age of dinosaurs,
end
Australia
Maastrichtian
was
strata there?
connected to Antarctica. We were much further south, and for any animals, be they dinosaurs or other things that lived during that time, it was a gateway in and out of Australia. So for us, that's the next likely place we're going to see things that might be similar to what we've got in Australia at the same time.
Yeah, cool stuff. I would love to be able to do field work in Antarctica.
Particular challenges for fossil hunters.
And there you go, Claire. Yes, indeed.
Pretty amazing how quickly the weather can change. You can have one day where it's nice and sunny and you can be outside almost wearing t-shirts, and then, you know, overnight a blizzard can roll in, and the following day you can have -30 wind chill and snow everywhere. So had to kind of be ready to deal with all that sort of thing all the time.
Kind of sounds like Montana.
Because if there's too much snow, you can't see the ground anymore, which makes looking for fossils really difficult.
Oh yeah. Nigh impossible, I would presume.
Most of Antarctica obviously is frozen. There are a couple of parts of it though that don't have snow and ice on them for a few parts of the year. And there's the very northern tip of the Antarctic Peninsula, which during the austral summer, the rocks there are exposed. And for us, what's really exciting is those rocks come from the end of the age of dinosaurs.
The Great Extinction
and this is
about
interesting.
66 million years ago wiped out most of the world's species living at the time, including all the dinosaurs.
Except for birds. Except for some birds, I should say.
The geological layer that marks this event is known as the Cretaceous Paleogene, or KT boundary.
Well, KPG we call it now.
Were deposited over a time span of 20 million years or so, before and after the KT boundary.
You want to see what survived the extinction event and how it affected everything. You need a continuation of deposition. So you need rocks that show what was there before, you need the event, and then you need everything afterwards. In Antarctica, the James Ross Island Group is one of the few places in the world where you can see that. So it's a great place to test a lot of our ideas about how this extinction event worked.
In the age of dinosaurs, there were no polar ice caps. Antarctica was covered in forests.
There was no real, like, permanent ice on Earth at the time.
This here is a chunk of burnt wood. Wow. So this is from a tree. Probably you can see the growth rings here. You know, it's actually charcoal. So it tells you that those forests that these trees formed a part of burnt. So, you know, imagine burning Antarctica. It was happening back 67 million years ago.
So we find this kind of thing pretty commonly in
the rocks
Cretaceous
here were
strata.
laid down as mud.
A lot of charcoal like that.
Shallow sea.
We were really hoping, myself and a couple of the other guys on the team, to find some dinosaurs. There's another part of a vertebra, the bone frags.
And did they say why it's there but not elsewhere?
Ocean. So dinosaurs obviously living on.
You're talking about the KPG boundary? It's because it's mostly luck. Like they happen to find a nice spot, I think, on the Antarctic Peninsula that actually has this age of rocks exposed. And there's only a few other places around the world where that's the case. We've got like parts of the Rocky Mountain region in North America, from like, you know, Wyoming and Montana and the Dakotas up into Alberta and Saskatchewan. I think we've got a few places in India. We've got a few places in North Africa, places like Italy. But it's kind of a luck of the draw kind of thing. Like, if we have like a geologic map of the world. Here we go.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Green Bam
Bam and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Green Bam. It's good to have you here. What's shaking? Welcome. How did your stream go? You were doing some traveling outdoors. Very nice. Well. I do a bunch of that during the summers. Adventure streams, very nice, K-Variable. Very, very nice. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. We are having a special biogeography stream in celebration of St. Patrick's Day today. And we were just talking about dinosaurs of Antarctica. Dinosaurs lived on all 7 continents on our planet Earth, including Antarctica. And, so yeah, and then, I guess getting to the geography part of biogeography. Here we go. Here is a geological map of the world. It's like a modified Mercator projection there. But each of these different colors that you see on the continents represent different ages of rock. And this is the sort of thing that geologists and paleontologists use to scope out where the right rocks are that you might want to study in a given area. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Axeman, holy moly, 7 months of support, now at tier 3. Axeman, thank you for your ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Axeman. That's wonderful.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
What? Too many quarks. It's good to have you here too. Thanks for the follow. But yeah. Oh, and very nice, MLF. I'm glad to hear that went well. And Too Many Quarks says, hey, this is relevant to my interests and to Green Bam's previous stream. We just geolocated most of the locations from Tom Green's iconic song, Lonely Swedish. Very cool, Too Many Quarks. Very, very cool. Well, shoot, for anybody who just waltzed in here, just allow me to introduce myself again real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, like I was doing this past summer live on Twitch. And we'll be doing again in just a few months here. We're going to be streaming live from Wyoming, and then from Utah, and maybe even Idaho prior to both of those. We'll have to see. But those were really fun streams, and I'm really looking forward to doing more of that kind of science outreach here. As a paleontologist on Twitch, my primary goal is to be able to bring fossil science to all of you, to answer your questions, to hopefully spark a passion for natural history and this wonderful natural world around us and everybody watching. So, yeah. Anyway, Too Many Quirks, it's good to have you here. And Ground Level News, how are you doing? Welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Hey to you too, Ground Level News. Welcome. Anyway, I hope you had a really good stream, Green Bam, and I appreciate you rating in. Again, welcome to Paleontologizing. We'll get into our St. Patrick's Day festivities in a little bit, talking about biogeography, talking about why St. Patrick did not ever actually banish any snakes from Ireland. Ireland never had any snakes to start with. We'll talk about why. It's our excuse to talk about biogeography today. And Chrissy Carson Art wants to know, could humans survive in the era of the dinosaurs had they existed then? Probably, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's not like dinosaurs were monsters or anything like that. They're just animals, you know? And it's not like Earth's atmosphere was super different back then or anything. We would absolutely be able to breathe the air. Yeah, but it is kind of an interesting thing in that the only reason that we as human beings were ever able to evolve is because dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Because our ancestors, the mammals, had existed for basically the entire age of the dinosaurs. They were around. Our ancestors were already around back then. But back then, mammals were almost exclusively squeaky little, things like this. Mouse or vole or shrew-like critters. You know, like Morganucodon from the late Triassic and early Jurassic. Just, you know, squeaky little verminous things darting about in the underbrush, trying to eke out a living in a world ruled by dinosaurs. It's like some of the alerts that we have here. Maybe I can find that real quick. Let's see. That's not it.
The ocean side.
Maybe here? I'm trying to look for a soundbite with Stephen Jay Gould.
Too many directions. We may never know for certain what caused the death of the dinosaurs, but one conclusion has been agreed by all detectives, that Earth's history has been punctuated by great extinctions since the beginning.
We don't know how regular mass extinction is, but we certainly know that there have been many of them, and that several have been larger than the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. We focus on the one that wiped out the dinosaurs for two reasons. First, we have this enormous parochial interest in it, because dinosaurs died and mammals survived, and that's why we're here. Secondly, it's the most recent of the major mass extinctions, and therefore the evidence is better.
Extinction and evolution.
And it's the one that led to our own evolution. Yeah. Let's see. Where is... Yeah. No, that's not it. Hang on. I'm trying to find that exact clip. But I don't know if I'll be able to. Yeah, that's okay. Anyway. Yeah. Mammals were kind of on permanent lurk, yeah, for like 150 million years they were in. They barely ever typed anything in the chat. Yeah, but we had a question from someone else in chat. Sorry. I didn't quite get to this because we got a little distracted with all these things going on. But somebody was asking about the KPG boundary. Why do we call it the KPG boundary? And not the KT boundary anymore? Well, the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. That's actually what I have here in my necklace, is a sample from the KPG boundary. This iridium-rich layer from the end of the Cretaceous period, when the asteroid struck the Earth and threw up all of this dust and soot and particulate matter into the air, blocked out the sun for months or years, and just caused complete environmental collapse all over the globe. Yeah. We used to call it the KT boundary, formerly known as the Cretaceous Tertiary, or KT boundary. A few years ago, I think it was the ICS, the International Council on Stratigraphy, changed the name for the tertiary. Basically, it's just kind of shifting around some dates and stuff like that into what it just seemed to make better sense. Yeah, here, if we look up Paleogene, we might have a better explanation. Yeah. The earlier term, tertiary period, was used to define the span of time now covered by the Paleogene period and subsequent Neogene period. So the tertiary was split into Paleogene and Neogene. Despite no longer being recognized as a formal stratigraphic term, tertiary still sometimes remains in informal use. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I hope that answers your question. It's just, we had a further subdivision in time because it just kind of made sense to do that. So yeah. Oh, and this is lovely. Here, a brief aside here. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier.
Not actually middle
That's the conclusion now.
Oh boy.
This is from our fieldwork back in June last summer, or July, rather. There's Ethan Cowgill right there, who's going to be leading our fieldwork in Wyoming at the end of May. And Ethan just sent me a text message. We have managed to find funding for our work in Wyoming, which we're really excited about. But there is a wish list of different items, bits of gear that we need to be able to dig up these dinosaurs in Wyoming this next summer, or in a couple months, you know, at the end of May. And so there's a link to that there. We have already got a bunch of these purchased, and Ethan was texting me. He's like, Danny, your viewers already purchased a bunch of these. And there you go. Yeah. If you would like to help contribute to some actual paleontological fieldwork, digging up new species of dinosaur in western Wyoming, just a couple months, then this is your way to contribute in a direct, material way. Anyway, Ethan just texted me this. Somebody in chat suggested that we get a label maker, so that we can actually label the items with people's screen names, or maybe their first name if they don't put their screen name in for the... Anyway. And I thought that was a great idea, but I felt kind of weird about adding another item to the list, because maybe that would, like, knock off a different item. You know, a viewer might purchase that instead of buying an item that we actually need for digging, and so I decided last night, I'll just buy it. And it was already delivered. Holy cow. Ethan just texted me this picture. He just got it. Yes! Yeah. So I said, I put this on the list, so it's only fair that I buy it. Now you can put a Danny Anduza label on the label maker from Danny Anduza. Yeah. So, yeah. That will be a little bit of extra work for Ethan. He's a busy guy, but hopefully he can find time to put the labels on the different items donated by different members of chat. So, yeah. 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 I said, geez, that arrived early. Glad you got it. I ordered that less than 24 hours ago. I guess they've got pretty fast delivery there in Salt Lake City. But anyway, if anyone would like to contribute any items, you know, this is some direct support that you can offer to our crew while we're out there in Wyoming. And the wonderful thing about this is that these are mostly non-consumables. So, like, we will be able to use these for years and years and years into the future. There will be generations of paleontologists that use a lot of this gear. Maybe not the tent, but things like these action packers and the big cooler. You know, mallets and rock hammers and picks and chisels. We will be using these for years and years, and there's a decent chance that, like, long after I'm dead, future generations of paleontologists will still be using some of this gear because we are remarkably frugal about that kind of thing. Oh boy. There are paintbrushes, a lot like these, that I recognized this past summer of 2023, that were in this documentary from like 2004, 2005. Yeah, from this documentary. This aired in 2007. But yeah, a lot of this gear that we
searing 100-degree temperatures as they pick, scrape, and claw into a vast pit of horrors.
These are the
mass graveyard.
Are the same tent supports that we have. These bits of conduit.
This animal within this area. That's a pretty extraordinary sample. Most dinosaurs are only known by a few bones, a partial skeleton from one individual. Here we're going to understand a population that we believe was probably killed about the same time.
Yeah.
Nothronicus. Now,
so some of those same brushes we're still using to this very day. Almost 20 years later.
We have so much skeletal material, from babies to adults. We have every element of the animal represented, except for a few parts of the front of the skull and the front of the jaws. It was a...
Anyway, good stuff. So yeah. FWL is the command for Fieldwork Wish List, or Field Wish List. It's probably less confusing just to say Field Wish List. But yeah. But yeah. And what's the spice rack for? Spices, and probably also like small tools and knickknacks and stuff like that we'll put into some of these things. Yeah, but yeah. That might actually have something to do with fossil prep. I don't know, but we've also got ratchet straps. We've got plastic scoops like this. We've got all kinds of cool stuff. And if you purchase an item off of there, now that we've got... Come on. Okay, it doesn't want me to do that. Guess I gotta open it from here. Now that we've got that label maker, your name can be affixed to the thing that you donate. Which, I don't know, I really like that idea. So imagine watching these live streams during the summer and being like, whose name is on that label right there? Oh yeah. Chrissy Carson Art says, who funds your digs? Last year, you good folks funded our field work in Wyoming. We did a big fundraiser. There we go. Excavating dinosaurs in late Cretaceous almond formation of Wyoming. Yeah, we really blew this one out of the water. You good folks did that. It was pretty incredible, actually. So almost all of our funding for this past summer came from this community. This year, we actually have some very generous benefactors who have contributed like over $10,000, or will be contributing over $10,000. Really excited about that. Yeah, some extraordinarily kind and generous folks. So we don't necessarily have to crowdfund this, but if you would like to pitch in, there's, of course, the wish list. So, oh, and holy cow, somebody bought the carp? Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, I'm so excited about that. This is a huge deal. We've got one of these that we use in Utah, but that's owned by the Utah Geological Survey, so we're not allowed to bring it out to Wyoming. But this is like our shelter. This is our home base. This is... Oh, it's wonderful. And, oh man, I'm excited about this. Yeah, it's gonna be like a kitchen tent. Yeah, Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Lenina says a gift note wasn't an option when I purchased items yesterday. You can DM me about that, Lenina. Let me know what you purchased, and we'll make sure that we get that properly labeled for you. Yeah. Chrissy Carson Art says, I had no idea you could fund a private dig. Well, it's not private. It is public. So we are working on public land, and these are fossils that will be held in the public trust. It's just we have to find public funding for that. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Because we, yeah, it's not like the government pays for that kind of thing, unfortunately. Sometimes we have to pay for fieldwork out of pocket. I've had to do that before. Like where I've had to, pay for a ton of the stuff myself. Well, like while I was working a minimum wage job. But yeah. And Mini Pie, hello to you. How are you doing? Yeah. Oh, Minnie. You having a good day? Thanks for showing up on stream. It's good to see you. How are you, Mini Pie? How are you? Yeah, everybody, this is one of my landlords here. Her name is Mini Pie. And I'm only able to live here because of her.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Rogan 27 and their 6 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Rogan27, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello. How are things? It's good to have you here.
We all knew.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true?
Happy Catterday, Danny.
What a dire story, SB. Thank you for the 8 months of support, and happy Catterday to you too. And also happy St. Patrick's Day, which we're meant to be celebrating on this stream so far, but we've been getting all kinds of distracted in good ways. But yeah. How's stream today? It's going well, Rogan. It's going well. Yeah, today is our St. Patrick's Day Biogeography Special. Oh yeah, Mini Pie. How was your stream, Rogan? Tell me about how it went. What did you get up to? Looked like you were doing something called Ultima Worlds of Adventure 2 Martian Dreams. That's quite the title. Well. I hope you had fun with that. Yeah, and thank you, Lenina. Good stuff. Yeah. Mini Pie. Well. Whoa. Getting a little aggressive with the camera there. Yeah. Can I give you a treat, Mini Pie? Would you appreciate that? Would you appreciate that? Want a treat? Here, watch her demeanor change when the treat bag comes out. Watch. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's the stuff. Yeah. There you go. girl, Mini Pie. I'm glad that you chewed it this time instead of just swallowing that whole. And here comes Sweetie Pie to investigate as well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Thanks for saying hello, Minnie. Thanks for saying hello. Anyway, yeah. And there you go, Emeleth. Yeah, I know the feeling. And Thing says, did you get latex-free plaster? Repeated and regular exposure to latex can cause severe allergies. I know from experience. Thing, I think we kind of get whatever we can, but I think it's, DAP plaster is what we usually get. Yeah. But whatever kind of, like, high fidelity casting plaster, that's what we usually get. Yeah. Definitely want everything latex free. I think that might be like more of a personal allergy thing, Will62, because I use all kinds of latex products pretty much on a daily basis. Kind of always have. Yeah, certain people have latex allergies, and that's something that's definitely, worthy of respect and everything else, but yeah. But yeah. Anywho. But this is, I think, almost... Plaster of Paris is made from gypsum, primarily. I would think if they're adding latex to it, it might be as a filler to make it cheaper and lower quality, and we're usually trying not to use that kind of thing. But yeah. But I do know people who specifically put on latex gloves as they're working with the plaster so as not to get the plaster on their hands. Don DeBlue swears by that, for instance. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Shoot, we should do Metazoa, and then we'll get into our St. Patrick's Day biogeography stuff. How does that sound, chat? And what? Thing 1 of 2? That's wild. Huh. Well, I know paleontologists who never once touch plaster. Not everybody goes into the field, so... But I know people who, like, refuse to work on jacketing fossils when they're in the field, too, so... Yeah. Anyway, let's do some, Metazoa. Our animal guessing game. We've got one left over from yesterday. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to complete it. I think we'll be able to get it done. For those of you who haven't seen it before, this is a lovely animal guessing game. Where we're trying to figure out what the mystery animal of the day is. This is a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with Wordle, the word guessing game. But in Metazoa, you try and figure out what kind of metazoan, what kind of animal the mystery animal of the day is. You do it by guessing here in the box. And I like to start off with a placental mammal, chat. Anybody have a placental mammal for us? Blair versus bear. Let's do black bear to start with. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Welcome, Sweetie Pie. Wow, we've got 2 of 3 cats so far on today's stream. My. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. You having a good day so far, sweetie? Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing? How are you you doing? Do you want a treat also? Do you want a treat also? Can I offer that to you? The only thing is, Minnie Pie is right over there, and if she hears that treat bag, she might drive you off the desk to get it for herself. Let's see if we can do that quietly so she doesn't hear. She sees me. She sees me. Sweetie pie. Yeah. Oh, and there she goes. All right, we'll see you later, sweetie pie. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. And Emelette says, do the cats require a cut from the streams they appear in? Oh, they always need a taste. You know, get their beaks wet, you know? It's a shakedown. You know how it goes with these types. It's, you know how it is. It's, nice looking stream you got there, you know? Be a real shame if somebody coughed up a hairball into your PC tower, you know? Be a real shame. Of course, we could see to it that doesn't happen, you know? We can offer you some protection against that. Maybe a few treats here and there, maybe some pets, maybe some brushing. Need I say more? Yeah. That's just kind of how it goes. Anywho, maybe if we're really lucky, we'll actually have Moon Pie show up today too, and we'll have what we call a cat trick. It's like a hat trick, but it's 3 cats in one stream. We'll see. Anyway, our metazoo animal is not a bear. And it's not even a mammal, but it is an amniote. Which is cool. So that's a non-amphibian tetrapod. Let me show you what I mean by that as we narrow this down. We've got 1 guess down, 19 to go. And our critter is an amniote. Yeah. And there you go, Crutchy. Exactly. Yeah. Amniotes are today reptiles and mammals. Mammals, also known as synapsids today, are, you know, these critters that feed their young with milk. Most of them give birth to live young, except for those odd few monotremes that we still have knocking around, like the echidna or the platypus. But they're mammals too. And then, of course, we have the sauropsids, aka the reptiles. So sauropsids, reptiles, include lizards and snakes. Snakes are actually a kind of lizard. Turtles, crocodilians, and the most numerous kind of reptile today, the birds. Birds are actually a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from 2-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs.
This is the sound of time.
And so, yeah. Anyway. Here, we guessed black bear, and a black bear is a mammal. It's a synapsid. But it doesn't say mammal here. It says amniote, which tells us But this split that happened here from amniota into sauropsids and synapsids, it's got to be a sauropsid. It's either going to be a bird or some kind of lepidosaur or maybe some other kind of archelosaur or something like that, apart from birds. So, chat, give me the name of a bird. Mini Putt, stop it. Hey. No. She's clawing at my papers. Not okay, Mini Putt. Cats. And Chrissy Carson Art says, at what point are birds no longer considered dinosaurs? Never. Birds are dinosaurs. All birds are still dinosaurs. Yeah. That's not how classification works. It's not like you're no longer a dinosaur at some point. You're always a dinosaur. If you evolved from a dinosaur ancestor, you are a dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway, give me the name of a modern avian dinosaur, chat. Yeah. Eclectic Gamer Mouse says goose before I even asked. That's a great one. Let's go with goose. That's an enceriform bird. And ooh, okay. Okay. Oh man, you know what this tells us, chat? You know what this tells us? We guessed goose here, and a goose is, of course, a kind of bird, but it's like, nope, it's not quite a bird, but it is an archelosaur. That's the best I can do right now, is archelosaur. That's the best I can do for you. Archelosauria. Not Archosauria, not a bird or a crocodile, but instead, something in this group that includes birds, crocodilians, and what else? Shoot. You know what time it is, chat. You know what time it is.
I like turtles.
Yes, it is turtle time. Our critter has got to be a turtle. Because the way this game works is it will show you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And in here, the most exclusive clade they could find was Archelosauria, which tells us, since it doesn't say Archosauria, it's not a bird, and it's not a crocodilian. They had to go broader with this, which means it's got to be a turtle. There's about 230 modern species of turtle still around. And so let's figure out... Well, let's try and be smart about this, though. We want to use as few guesses as possible. And so... Let's see if there's an outgroup that we can get rid of, like sea turtles here, for instance. Yeah. Box turtle, sea turtle, snapping turtle. Let's go for sea turtle here and see if that gets us anywhere. Although, it might be box turtle. You know what? Let's try box turtle first. I feel like we had sea turtle recently. Let's try box turtle. Ready? And it is part of Durocryptodyra. It includes most tortoises and turtles. Okay, it might be a sea turtle then. Here, let's look at Cryptodyra. The Cryptodyra turtles. Crypto. Nope. Cryptodyra. There we go. Yeah. It also includes sea turtles. Shoot, it's gonna be a sea turtle, isn't it? I should have gone with my first instinct. And just said sea turtle. And there we go. It is indeed a leatherback sea turtle. 4 guesses is not too shabby. That's not too shabby. Let's take a look at a little video about leatherback sea turtles. Excuse me. Honestly, my favorite living turtles. They are incredibly cool. Yeah, look at this. Holy moly. This is the largest living reptile as measured by mass. The leatherback sea turtle. Incredible. Just enormous. They're such cool critters. This is a pretty big one here. She must have just laid her eggs and she's going back out to sea. Very cool. It's really interesting that sea turtles never evolved the ability to birth live young. They sticked with egg laying all these years. After other groups of marine reptiles evolved the ability to actually give birth to live young. Interesting stuff. Yeah. They are such cool critters. They really, really are. Here, take a look at this. People who want to kill the turtles, they're armed. Like, they have weapons on them. Like, they're out there to kill turtles. They might kill you if you try and stop them. But these guys are... they're brave for doing this. Good on them for that. That's a hero right there. Exactly, Wilson. That's the thing, is that if there is economic incentive to kill a certain animal to drive it closer to extinction, you gotta try and create economic incentive to save those animals instead, you know? If you can't necessarily get the law involved, or if law enforcement is too weak there, if the people who are involved with law enforcement don't care, which, let's be honest, they usually don't about stuff like this, you have to try and give people a way to make a living based on the survival of these animals. Whether that's through tourism, or whether it's through, well, it's usually through tourism, you know? People will fly in to these areas from other countries at the chance to see a leatherback sea turtle lay her eggs. And they will pay good money to hire you as a guide to go be able to see that. And yeah, so pretty cool, right? Leatherback sea turtles, incredible animals. Incredible animals. But yeah. Greenback turtles, says Andy, then that's a good way to think of them, yeah. Bringing in those greenbacks, if you can save them. If you can find a way to...
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy in aid of?
Ali the Jolly. I love your name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, that really... that brings me joy to see that kind of thing. And sometimes turtles need help. Leatherback sea turtles need help in other circumstances too. Check this out. This huge leatherback sea turtle became stranded on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Creature weighed more than 270 kilos. That's way fewer than the 1,000 kilos that they can weigh. Rescue equipment, usually used for dolphins and small whales, was needed. There we go. This turtle isn't even close to the largest of its kind. No, they get like 5 times bigger than that. Or maybe close to 500. Five times heavier, at least. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. A standing ovation, which means eggs. Yeah, there you go. End of that. That reminds me of a joke from Oh Hello. Yeah. We gotta step into our oeuvre, which means eggs. Yeah. And Mascari wants to know, does the turtle understand that the humans are trying to help her? I don't know. I think she's just trying to get by, you know? Yeah. And Reaganation, thank you for that gift sub there. I really appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you, thank you. Here, now that we're done with Metazua, for right now at least, why don't we get into our St. Patrick's Day festivities?
St. Patrick's Day.
You ready for that? Let's do it. From those of you who are outside of the United States, or Ireland, or the UK, or Canada, or South Africa, or New Zealand, or Australia, or other, like, former British Commonwealth countries, you might not be, or also Argentina, I know celebrate St. Patrick's Day as well. Probably a lot of other countries too. Most of you are probably already familiar with St. Patrick's Day, but if you're not, here's a little explainer here about this kind of goofy holiday. Where we do things like wear the color green and drink green drinks and all that. Let's get into it.
St. Patrick's Day. On March 17th, individuals around the globe gather to celebrate this Christian missionary by wearing green and drinking a lot. But why do we celebrate St. Patrick?
Water.
Well, other than helping to convert the entire country of Ireland to Christianity, turns out our patron saint has some rather mythic exploits on his resume. Apparently, St. Paddy used the shamrock to help teach laymen the concept of the Holy Trinity, and he would preach so long that his staff would become rooted in one place. But hands down, my favorite myth is that St. Patrick drove all of the snakes out of Ireland. I mean, how badass do you have to be to take on every
language
serpent in the country?
But, yeah, that's not actually true. There never were any snakes in Ireland, and that's what we're talking about today, partially. This is our entree into biogeography for today. So, yeah.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad they bleeped it.
snakes on this
island. However, scholars now believe there may be more to this legend than we originally thought. First thing you have to know about Ireland is that there are no snakes. None. And there never were. While there are 3 species of snake commonly found in Britain, there's zero evidence that any of them ever found their way to Ireland. The country's natural land link was made inaccessible by melting glaciers, and unfortunately, that means our little serpentine friends never made it across. But where does the legend come from if St. Paddy had no actual snakes to banish?
I don't necessarily buy this whole thing, serpents as a metaphor, but whatever, we'll hear him out.
Now,
and Ali the Jolly says there never were any snakes, it was all a scam. I mean, not to be the bearer of bad news, but, yeah.
While there may not have been snakes on Ireland, there were a lot of druids and pagans. Now, the natives of this land practiced an ancient religion with their own sets of beliefs and traditions. However, these practices weren't seen as legitimate in the eyes of the Christian church, and St. Patrick was sent to convert as many Irish folk as possible. There are several myths, accounts, and legends that detail the conflicts between St. Patrick and Druid priests. Critics of St. Patrick and the Christian church believe that the saint...
As your father reminds me of. Oh, goodness. Yeah.
And you like...
There we go.
Tonight on Eye on Springfield, the Munchkins from The Wizard of Oz. Where are they now?
Oh. Poor snakes. uh, um. Anyway, yeah, and then it continues on. Here, we gotta. There's a couple different videos here. There we go. And there we go. Anyway.
I am evil Homer. I am evil.
Yeah. That's a great still right there. Just the joy on his face, and the angle is really funny to me. Yeah. That doesn't actually make sense, but it's Barry White. Anyway. St. Patrick could take some advice from Barry White, I think. Good stuff. Yeah, that's actually Barry White, obviously. Celebrity guest on this episode. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yes. Herpetologists will all tell you about that. Yeah. Anyway, this is actually based on like a real thing. There's a number of different towns, including some in Texas, that have like festivals or holidays where like people all get together and then beat animals to death. Here in the U.S., it's pretty gross. It's actually really, really gross. But yeah, it's usually a specific animal. I think there's a rattlesnake festival in Sweetwater, Texas. Yeah, Lenina, yeah. Where, yeah. Rattlesnake Roundup, exactly, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think a lot of them have changed more recently. Hopefully we're like, they're not actually killing these animals, but they do still like kill a lot of them to eat them. Anyway, it's old-fashioned, just gross stuff. But yeah. Anyway, back to St. Patrick's Day. What a beautiful little kind of offensive stereotype there. But works as a segue. Let's get back into it.
Was responsible for hundreds of pagan murders.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Oh no.
But little evidence supports this theory of violence. However, there are apparently confessions from Paddy himself detailing the burning of nearly 150 Druid books.
We must burn the books, Montag. All the books.
His conflict with the Druid religion is well documented and off-topic.
We don't really have dinosaurs from Ireland.
Like
no,
the time he
maybe a couple
literally
fragments.
shattered an enemy priest to pieces in a prayer off. And it's no secret that snakes and serpents often represent evil and bad in many cultures across the world. While both sides perpetuate larger-than-life explanations for this myth, I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Though I'm hesitant to accept the idea that St. Patrick was out in the field battling Druid wizards, I don't find it hard to believe that this legend is an age-old allegory about Christian suppression of ancient religions. This all just goes to show you the power that myths and legend have on culture, and how something as innocent as a bedtime story can help shape our perception of history itself.
The way that I actually learned it in school was that it was literally true, that St. Patrick actually banished all of the snakes from Ireland.
And you like snakes, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Shoot. I forgot about this. Wait, hang on. So we gotta find this. Where's that particular moment with Springfield's corrupt mayor? Did you bring the pre-whacked snakes? I don't know if it's in this. Shoot. Anyway, yeah, earlier on in the episode, the mayor was, he's going to make a public appearance. And he's like, did you bring the pre-whacked snakes? So, like, somebody else just... There's, like, a briefcase full of dead snakes. It's meant to be, like, a shorthand for just out-and-out corruption. But anyway, yeah. Oh, come on, YouTube. Anyway, happy ending. The snakes get to live. Yeah. But I was literally taught in school that it went like this in real life. Because, of course, that's how snakes work. That's how I was literally taught it went in school. Not true. Ireland never actually had any snakes. And why does Ireland have no snakes? Let's take a look at this.
There are no snakes in Ireland because St. Patrick drove them away, right? Well, that snaky Irish legend isn't entirely true. The real story behind the Irish lack of snakes is pretty fascinating on its own, though. Here's the real reason why there aren't any snakes in Ireland. Medieval legend and lore says it wasn't just snakes that St. Patrick drove from the Emerald Isle. According to a medieval Scottish monk named Jocelyn, Ireland, since its first habitation, had been pestered with a triple plague, namely a great abundance of venomous reptiles with myriads of demons visibly appearing with a multitude of magicians.
This is God's way of telling me it's time to start doing some real drinking.
The demons had a leader who lived on Croagh Patrick, a mountain in what's now County Mayo. After praying a lot, St. Patrick went head-to-head with the demon and cast him, his minions, his snakes, and his magicians out of the land. The snakes were supposedly hurled into a lake at the base of the mountain, the name of which translates to the Demon's Hollow. Then all was well and good in the world, or so the story goes. St. Patrick was a very real person, and it's important to point out that, according to Nigel Monaghan, keeper of the Natural History Museum, he never actually claimed to be the one responsible for Ireland's snake-free landscape. The traditional date of St. Patrick's arrival in Ireland is way back in the year 432, and the stories didn't start circulating until centuries later. That's extra strange because scholars have been writing about Ireland's lack of snakes.
The stock footage here. Oh, man. What kind? Do we have any hat experts in chat? This looks like the kind of hat that you see stereotypical, like, Puritan pilgrims wearing in Thanksgiving celebrations here in the U.S. What is there a name for this kind of hat? This is clearly just like a plastic cup painted green, glued to a little paper brim. With and you could even see the tape. You could see the roll of tape. Like they just took some tape and doubled it up on itself that holds it onto the snake's head. That's so funny. Oh man. I love it.
At least the 3rd century. And Monaghan says that after looking through thousands
Capotane? Is that what it's
Irish
called?
fossil records, he found
it's called a capotane? Well. Yes, indeed. Claire Burr and Murph there, you got it. Capotane. Oh my goodness. There you go. A tall-crowned, narrow-brimmed, slightly conical sugar loaf hat, usually black, worn by men and women from the 1590s into the mid-17th century in England and northwestern Europe. Interesting. Well, today I learned. Yeah, this is your stereotypical, like, pilgrim's hat. That's pretty funny. They would always put a buckle on it like that. I don't know what's up with the buckle, but yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. And leprechauns, yeah, leprechauns archetypically wear these. Leprechaun hats. Well, no, that's more of a top hat, actually. That's more of just a green top hat, but the buckle is consistent, though. Leprechaun. Well, sometimes it gets pointy, like, it tapers like that, but not always. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I was picturing. Yeah. HD says the buckle is so it doesn't fall down over your eyes. Really? The hat itself looks narrower than his head, but I don't know. You might know a lot more about hats than I do there. Anyway. Let's continue. Shall we?
Strange because scholars have been writing about Ireland's lack of snakes since at least the 3rd century, and Monaghan says that after looking through thousands of years of Irish fossil records, he found there were never any snakes in Ireland to begin with. In other words, there was nothing for St. Patrick to banish. National Geographic says the real reason snakes never colonized Ireland goes back to the last ice age. The entire country would have been way too cold for reptiles, and when the climate started to warm, Ireland was cut off from everything around it by rising sea levels and melting glaciers. Snakes simply never made it to Ireland before it became an island. So if there were never any snakes in Ireland to begin with, and ancient writers and historians knew that, why does everyone think there was this snake plague? One theory is that since snakes were often symbols of evil in Judeo-Christian tales, they simply represented something else. It's sometimes claimed the snakes were early pagans, and St. Patrick drove them out of the country and converted others to Christianity. But historians have offered pretty powerful arguments about why that just couldn't be true. Ireland's conversion from pagan worship to Christianity had already begun before St. Patrick arrived, and it continued for centuries after he left. Some scholars even date the final push of Christianity into Ireland to the 14th century. Another possible inspiration for the story could be found in a recent translation of a 6th century text, which tells of a cult who worshipped the Crom Cruic. They were equal parts powerful and bloodthirsty, and they practiced a terrifying bit of human sacrifice. According to the texts, every year on Samhain, it was expected that a firstborn child would be sacrificed to guarantee a good harvest. According to the text, the cult and the annual sacrifice ended when St. Patrick and his followers stormed their sites, destroying their idols and blessed the area.
What movie is that from? That looks like Tom Hanks. Chat, what movie is this from? It was from The Burbs. Interesting. I've never seen it. Huh. Not Joe versus the... Oh, I would recognize it if it were from Joe versus the Volcano. It's one of my favorite movies, MLF.
Be sacrificed to guarantee a good harvest. According to the text, the cult and the...
HD says, is there a non-terrifying bit of human sacrifice? Yeah, it's called... It's called the U.S. healthcare system. But enough about private insurance.
The annual sacrifice ended when St. Patrick and his followers stormed their sites, destroying their idols and blessed the area. No retribution from an angry god ever came, and the cult faded into obscurity. The symbol of the cult
Raiders
was
of the
a
Lost
snake,
Ark.
so it's entirely possible that the destruction of the Crom Cruic...
And that is still terrifying. You're right, HD. It's, if anything, maybe more terrifying just in its mundanity.
was the source of the legend, and those were the snakes St. Patrick drove away. It's also worth noting that there are snakes in 21st century Ireland. During the economic boom period starting in the mid-1990s, they became a status symbol. When the economic prosperity came crashing down, many could no longer afford to keep them and release their snakes into the wild. That's led many to ask why it's perfectly legal to buy, import, and own snakes, even venomous ones, in a country that has almost no stocks of anti-venom. Somebody call St. Patrick back. Check out one of our...
Oh, by the way, this is a really interesting scene. I kind of hate this scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark because it kind of demonizes snakes in a way that I find distasteful, but it's also, there's an interesting bit of trivia in here. In the, like, snake pit scene here in Raiders of the Lost Ark, which came out in what, 1983? Something like that. Yeah. You probably remember this. Yeah. Most of these are not snakes. Most of those are legless lizards, glass lizards. Well, it's your lucky day, Andy. Those are not snakes. Those are glass lizards, which are not snakes. They are a kind of legless lizard. Yeah, which is not a kind of snake. There's a bunch of different lizard groups that have independently lost their legs, apart from snakes. So yeah. Where does one get so many legless lizards? I don't know where they got them, MLS. Let's take a look at that, actually. Let's see.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Anakin Gabriel, thank you for the 5 months.
Snake is also a cool snake.
Oh yeah, Escape from New York. Yeah. Agreed, Anakin Gabriel. Agreed. That's really fun. Personal story. I saw that film for the first time on... I think it was on a first date. Because the gal... She told me that she thought I looked like Kurt Russell in that movie. I used to have longer hair. And she's like, oh, we should watch that. And we did. Good times. Yeah. That's not on our list, I don't think. But yeah. I did not have an eye patch at the time, HD. Yeah. I've never really had an eye patch. But yeah. California herps. Let's see. There are snakes all over every floor, snakes crawling out of the holes of the wall, snakes crawling through skulls, even the decorations and statues in the temple depict snakes. The snakes used in the temple are a combination of fake rubber or plastic snakes and live snakes, along with some live legless lizards, possibly slow worms, aka glass lizards, that look like snakes but are actually not snakes. They're a different kind of lizard. They also used live boa constrictors and pythons and a few cobras. But most of those that you see, most of the ones that I can identify here are glass lizards. Like, that's a very lizardy head right there. Right there, right there. Basically, everybody that's, like, identifiable here, right there. These are all... Those are glass lizards, legless lizards. But yeah. Yeah, apparently they didn't have enough to, like... They weren't able to get hold of enough snakes and legless lizards for this scene, so they actually just cut up lengths of rubber hose, like garden hose, and scattered it around. So part of what you're seeing here is literally just garden hose. Yeah. Yeah, Lenita, look for the ear holes and the eyelets. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, here. Legless lizards versus snakes. Let's take a look at this right here.
You might think, oh wow, 2 snakes together? That's crazy. Wrong. This is even crazier than that.
Okay.
These are not snakes. These are basically legless lizards. These are glass lizards. And what's wild about glass lizards is that they basically look and move exactly like a snake.
Well, almost exact. There's a little bit different. So they've got a slightly different musculature. Their scales are a little bit different, stuff like that. And also, they can blink. Snakes can't blink. Snakes do not have movable eyelids. Snakes also don't have ear holes. Snakes don't have ears. They hear through sensing vibrations in the ground, like Bart Simpson said earlier when he was reading from that book. It's true. Legless lizards have ear holes.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly.
No, it's not correct.
We certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Armageddon, thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Armageddon. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Whacking Day is May 10th. That's just a few days after my streamiversary, Bubble Banks. Salamander says, my mom says there weren't any snakes in Ireland because it was too cold, right? There are snakes in other parts of the UK, in other parts of the British Isles, some even further north than Ireland. There could be snakes that could survive in Ireland, even as cold as it gets. But for the time that Ireland has actually existed as a landmass like that, it was covered in ice recently to the point where you couldn't have snakes that could make the journey there. During the last ice age, it was way too cold. And then when the ice retreated, sea levels rose. Ireland and Great Britain became separated by a seaway, and snakes just couldn't make it over there across the seaway. So yeah. Anyway.
Are not snakes. These are basically legless lizards.
Not basically, they are.
Lizards.
Straight up.
And what's wild about glass lizards is that they basically look and move exactly like a snake. They have no legs. But there's 2 key ways you can tell that these are lizards and not snakes.
Yep.
First off, they have kind of a blockier, more sturdy pattern, and their scales are quite different, especially around their head, if you get a close enough look.
Yep.
But the other thing, they can blink their eyes, because unlike snakes, lizards have eyelids. What's really weird about...
Snakes have eyelids too, but they're just clear. It's like wearing a pair of goggles at all times. Their eyelids don't move. Snakes can... legless lizards, rather, can blink their eyelids. They've got movable eyelids.
This situation right now is that there's not 1, but there's 2. Why are they together? Well, this makes us think kind of like a scientist. Why would these 2 non-social creatures be together? My theory is love is in the air. There's something else really cool about these glass lizards, though. Check out the tail. See that little nub?
Yep.
Glass lizards have the ability to drop their tails when predators threaten them.
Yep.
What happens is a
Snakes
predator
can't
will
do
try
that.
to bite, and this all basically looks like a tail, but they'll drop the end, and the end of the tail will wiggle around while the rest of the glass lizard runs free. It's a great form of defense. The road we're on kind of cuts right through prime habitat, and that brings up a conservation point. One of the leading threats to a lot of reptile populations
And
are
yes,
roads.
Casey Snort, yeah.
Because think about it. The sun is beating down on these roads. These are ectothermic or cold-blooded creatures that need heat to basically move and survive.
Spitting facts.
They lay out on roads. They don't know it's a road. Car comes by, hits them. You see dead-on-road reptiles all the time. So it's something important to consider. Where we put our roads and how we design our roads really impacts reptile populations. But for now, let's not think about the problems. Let's just think about how cool these creatures are.
Agreed. Yeah. And look, right there you could even see...
Problems. Let's just think about how...
You can see the little ear hole right there. Yeah, snakes do not have external ears, but legless lizards do. Let me go grab something real quick. I do a lot of driving during the summer, out in a lot of areas that have a lot of snakes. And there's something I always make sure that I have with me when I'm driving out to the field. Let me get it and I will show you. Hang on just a minute here. Alright, this is what we call a snake stick. And so I always make sure that I have one of these in the car with me when I'm driving out to the field to dig up dinosaurs. Because you never know when you're going to encounter a snake out on the road who is just trying to get warm and is at risk of being run over. So I do my very best to relocate snakes like that, put them in safer areas so they don't get killed. But, yeah, that is my snake stick. So basically, you just use that to kind of pick up the snake, you hold it like this, and then you could just walk around with it. Go deposit it somewhere safer. So you just scoop up underneath the snake. Yeah, very simple tool, but really, really useful. If it's a non-venomous snake, like, say, a corn snake, or a king snake, or a bull snake, sometimes I'll just pick it up by hand, you know? You just grab it behind the head so it can't bite you, but even if it did bite you, you just clean the wound really well. Hopefully you don't get infected, but you're not going to die. It's not going to envenomate you, because they don't have venom. But for a rattlesnake, I'll use the snake stick. So, and I did use this several times last summer. We had some rattlesnakes that came right into camp. And it was pretty cool to be able to see them. And I was really happy that I had that snake stick there. There we go. And I was able to scoop up these critters, put them into like a plastic tote, and then carry them over to an area where they wouldn't bother anybody and we wouldn't bother them. You know? Safer for both of us. So yeah. Yeah. Commodore says, did you bring rattlesnake anti-venom just in case? Commodore, we don't even have flush toilets out there. We don't have expensive stuff like anti-venom. Definitely not. No. Heavens no. That's too expensive for us. And plus, you know, we're smart. And these are, what, pygmy prairie rattlers or something like that. So they're... Yeah, and we're not 400 miles away from the nearest town. When we were working in eastern Utah, it's not that far from the nearest town. It's not like working in some of the places I've worked in Montana, where, holy cow, you might be like a day's drive from civilization sometimes. Yeah, wasn't that kind of a situation. Yeah. Isn't anti-venom like 19,000? It's really expensive, MLF, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Here, let's see if we can find a short video on anti-venom shortages. Yeah. As we're talking about snakes. Shoot, I don't know if we can find a nice short video. Here's a longer one. Let's just watch the beginning, maybe.
And you can see there an absolutely massive yield, and that amount of venom there is enough to kill a couple of hundred grown men, no worries.
Billy Collette is collecting venom to help make life-saving...
That's such a funny verbal juxtaposition. Enough to kill a couple hundred men, no worries. Oh yeah, I'm not worried at all. You're talking about killing a couple hundred men. No worries. Love it.
And that amount of venom there is enough to kill a couple of hundred grown men, no worries.
Billy Collette is collecting
why would I be
venom
worried?
to help make life-saving
Why would I be
medicine
worried?
for snake bites.
See, snake stick.
These guys are literally one of the most toxic snakes on the planet.
Millions of people suffer venomous snake bites every year around the world.
If you get bitten by a rattlesnake, it's like having your hand smashed with a hammer.
The most common way of making antivenom is by first injecting snake venom into animals like horses and then drawing their blood. But producing it is expensive, and some parts of the world are facing a desperate shortage. As many as 137,000 people die from snake bites each year.
That many?
We call
Holy
these
cow.
neglected tropical diseases, and it's really important that we find ways to solve it.
So why are animals still used to make antivenom? And what can we do to solve this hidden health crisis?
Interesting stuff. I've never seen this before. Do we have time to go into it? Not really. I'm just going to give you a link in case you would like to watch it. And if you really have a hankering for it, maybe we can return to it later on in the stream. But yeah. And Casey Snowart, they sometimes use horse blood to create antivenom. Yes. Yeah. I know someone personally who was bitten by a rattlesnake on the thigh, I think, while out in the field. And this is up in Montana, and they drove her all the way to the hospital, which took like maybe 4 or 5 hours. And then she gets to the hospital and they're like, oh, we don't really have any antivenom here. We could, send you all the way to Billings in a helicopter and they might have some antivenom there. They're not picking up the phone or whatever. I forget the exact details. But at the end of the day, she's just like, her thigh had swelled up and turned black and like she was feeling really woozy. And at the hospital, they're like, she eventually came to the conclusion, like, I'm just going to tank this one out. If I die, I die. But I'm not going to go bankrupt because of the U.S. healthcare system. Like, I could be destitute if I get antivenom for this. And a helicopter, like a med flight like that via helicopter would bankrupt just about anybody. So yeah, bankrupt or die, great choice. I know, right, Le Petit? That's... Yeah. Anyway. Linnea says it's somewhere around 3,000 on average for careful... I've heard it's at least 10 times more than that, Linnea. Shoot. A gal I dated in Montana, she had a med flight thing, and it was like, I think it was like $70,000. Yeah, it was $3,000 for your aunt that was back in 2003 though. Interestingly, is that in Texas? They probably didn't have to fly across state borders to do that, as they often do in Montana.
And it's
But
therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Stavros, thank you. Thank you for the 11 months of support, Stavros. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. And Casey Snowart, I'm really glad they had that happen for you. Holy cow. Hospital covered it. I'm so glad that happened, Casey Snowart. Shoot. Yeah, I don't know. I know people who just died because they couldn't afford their treatments. So like, well, guess I'll die. And then they did. Yeah. Anyway, let's not get drawn into that. That's not what you came here today for, everybody. Prairie Pirate Yo says, Stephen J. Gould, I had lunch with him one time. That's really cool. Prairie Pirate? What was that like? I have to ask you to elaborate just a little bit, if you're willing to. That's awesome. I never got to meet Stephen J. Gould. He died before my time, really, before I became a paleontologist. I was still a kid. Yeah. But yeah. And I'm doing well, and the biologist. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. We're talking about biogeography today. Yes. So why are there no snakes in Ireland? Why was St. Patrick basically doing this?
Take that, snake! And you too! Snakes everywhere!
Getting ready for whacking day?
What's whacking day?
Why is it that critters occur in certain areas but not in other areas? Why? What is biogeography? And why is it important? Well, brief explainer video here.
Next up, biogeography.
Well, biogeography is the study of how animals, plants, and other organisms have come to occupy the places on the globe that they do.
Imagine a new island being born in the middle of the ocean. At first, it's a hunk of rock, lifeless, but gradually, seeds and insects and small animals originating from nearby land masses get blown over on the winds. They come crashing ashore, pushed by the waves. Not all the organisms make it, but those that do, with time, adapt to island living, perhaps even evolving into new species. Just take birds. There are the finches of the Galapagos Islands, the birds of paradise of Papua New Guinea, the honey creepers of Hawaii, and so on. In each case, a single island species diversified into an array of species found nowhere else on Earth.
Yep.
Biogeography's also got something to say about why some closely related species flourish on different continents. It seems odd until you recall that Earth didn't always look this way.
Oh yeah.
A few 100 million years ago,
drift,
all land was
baby.
part of Pangaea, a hulking supercontinent. There were no vast oceans to interfere with the movements of organisms.
Very cool, Anne.
Starting about 170 million years ago, the continents drifted like vast rafts.
Oh, and holy cow! What is that diagram right there? Well, my. If we don't have that right here. This is kind of a famous figure in paleontology. This is the distribution of different critters across different continents. This is one of the first good clues that we had that the continents used to be mushed together like this. And Commodore says, can you zoom? I can just pull this closer here. There you go. Yeah. Those are different fossil critters that have been found in different deposits across South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, and Australia. This is one of the first big clues. Now, those continents used to be stuck together. Continental drift. It's, a key way that we understand the evolution of life on Earth. And it's a fairly recent idea. We did a whole stream about this back in, what was it, August or September? Or was it November? When did we do that? Let's find it real quick in our stream archives. By the way, you can catch previous episodes of Paleontologizing here on the YouTube channel, in case you're not aware. The VODs here on Twitch only last 60 days, or fewer in some cases. But you can go back here on YouTube and see some of these. We were talking all about Alfred Russel Wallace. There we go. Gromit doesn't normally get any of the credit.
For it, Wallace.
Yeah. His co-author Gromit doesn't normally get any of the credit. Wallace Gromit, get it?
A British naturalist who you might have also heard of as the co-discoverer of natural selection. That concept came to Wallace in a literal fever dream.
Yeah.
He lay bedridden with malaria during part of his 8-year trip around the Malay archipelago.
Anyway, we're getting back into Alfred Russel Wallace today. Oh, but we were also talking about continental drift. We had another stream about that. That was back in November, I think. Yeah. Alfred Wegener. So the rest of his lifetime was until 2020, right here. August 19th, 2020. And anyway, good stuff. You can find those there on the YouTube page. So we can find that old documentary here. There's a lovely old-timey documentary. Old-timey, I mean, it's from the 1970s. But it was, it's pretty lovely, and we watched the whole thing on that stream. It was a ton of fun. Um, 1970s. There it is. Yeah.
On the go.
Good stuff.
Most people must have noticed that the coast of Africa is a very similar shape to the coast of South America.
Yep.
It was pointed out ages ago by Francis Bacon in the time of James I.
Dome Dweller, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
The thing very
Yeah.
seriously until Alfred Wegener, a polar explorer, just before the First War, suggested that one...
He means the First World War. He misspoke there. Just before the First War? When humans still dwelt in caves? He meant the First World War right there.
Just before the First War, suggested that once the two had fitted together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. And in fact, they do fit really rather well. You get little gaps. In fact, I think the gaps on this model are probably bigger than the gaps in nature. There is a trick in fitting them together. That is that you've got to fit them at the real edge of the continent. The real edge of the continent is not the shoreline, it's the place where the shallow sea changes suddenly into the deep ocean.
Rather, Lenina, yes.
But this is all shallow sea, and the thing that's been fitted
And there you go,
is
Commodore. Agreed.
the real edge of the continent.
Yeah, war. Huh? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
You can do this fitting in the rest of the Atlantic. You can
Good
put,
show, old sport, yes.
if you're trying to
Quite.
fit it in,
Harumph,
you can put
Leo Vincent.
Greenland in there, and you can bring North America
again.
across.
There you go, Dread Pirate Robber, yes.
Be careful with Spain. Spain has to be turned round a bit. This is about the only cheat there is in the thing. And then these two together will come round like this.
There you go.
Really, the jigsaw puzzle pretty well goes together. But if you have a jigsaw puzzle, not only have the bits got to fit together, but the picture ought to fit together too. And it really does fit together excellently. And up here, this lot of rocks in this area are 2,000 million years old. And then there's
2
quite
billion
a sharp
years
line.
old, yeah.
And then here there are rocks which are 500 million years old. Well, now, if you take this line between the two and go
It's like a
across
jigsaw
this
puzzle.
very
Yeah,
narrow
HD.
gap into Brazil, then you come out in a little village called, I think, San Luis here. And it's a wonderful thing, but the rocks at the western end of the village.
This must have been mind-blowing back in the late 1970s, you know?
And the rocks at the other end of the village.
Today we take this for granted, but this is just kind of the natural progress of science like this. The way that...
in other parts of the world can be more tenuous. But if you place Australia fairly close to India, there are certain geological contours, minerals and so on, which would seem to link the two continents.
This is what we're talking about. This is why I brought up this video.
It's not only rock formations that leave traces for scientists to look at. In the study of fossils, paleontologists...
Dome Dweller says, no, it was never mind-blowing. I mean, it certainly was to a lot of people. I've spoken with geologists who were working at the time, back in the 1970s. This was kind of a revolution in the study of Earth history. It really was mind-blowing. What kind of history do you have with this, Dome Dweller? Are you an Earth scientist yourself? Or, I don't know, I'm just kind of curious about your perspective.
Have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory. And certain...
Oh, and hang on, yeah. This is the thing, is that paleontologists, you know, I myself am a paleontologist today. I'm proud to report that, yeah, paleontologists were some of the early proponents of this idea. It was scoffed at by a lot of other geologists at the time, you know? This is kind of how scientific revolutions work sometimes, is that you get a lot of opposition to radical ideas at the outset because there's not a ton of evidence accumulated yet. Of course people are going to be skeptical of that kind of idea in science. As scientists, we are kind of... There's this phrase that we really like to use that kind of governs a lot of the way that we think, and it's that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you're going to say something that's really off the wall, really far out, you better have the evidence to back that up. But the thing is, an idea like the continents drifting around, that was a far out idea at the time. And so a lot of scientists in different fields said, well, what kind of evidence do you have to show for that? Sure, it kind of makes sense, and it seems like the continents could fit together like puzzle pieces, but what is your actual evidence there? And they were right to ask that. And the evidence kept accumulating and accumulating. Bit by bit, year after year, it became increasingly convincing that this was the case. And nowadays, we know that this is the case because we actually have instruments that are sophisticated enough that we can actually track the motion of the continents. We can actually see that happen in real time, which is kind of astonishing. But they didn't have that back in the 70s, and so they were basically dealing with a lot of, like, inferences. However strong they might have been, they were still just kind of inferences at the time. Like this.
Formations that leave traces for scientists to look at. In the study of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory. And certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
Yes.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well. You can see from the hind limbs that Coelophysis was a little fast-running dinosaur.
Yes, indeed.
We know...
Coelophysis, by the way, if you've ever seen Walking with Dinosaurs, you're already familiar with this critter. Coelophysis. It is kind of the star of the first episode of Walking with Dinosaurs. Didn't quite look just like that. It probably had feathers in life. Safari Limited's reconstruction of it is actually really good, in my opinion. But, yeah. Stylized one, but I love it. Yeah. Coelophysis. Very cool animal.
Coelophysis from some deposits in Arizona and also in
this
the
is actually a theropod, Charlie's Dragon, not an ornithischian.
The world between those two continents. And so could a lot of the other big dinosaurs
yes, Charlie Farr, yes.
in the world
yes.
with him. Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place.
Spectacular, spared no expense.
And Reganation, thank you for gifting
gifted a
Neverwinter
tier 1
Fool.
sub to Neverwinter Fool.
I
They
do
have
really
given
appreciate that, Reganation. Thank you,
178
thank
gift
you.
subs in the channel.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And Reganation, thank you for gifting Charlie Farr.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Charlie Farr.
Beautiful.
They have given
I appreciate that very much,
subs in the
Reganation.
channel.
Thank you, thank you.
Place to the other.
Yeah.
Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days, there are many reasons for believing.
And holy cow, Reganation, look at this beautiful Tinamou bird. All excited about your 10 gift subs there. 10 people in the chat. We won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you. And look at how excited, uh-oh. Well, too excited. Oh, shoot.
Reganation is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
But the
Thank you,
paleontologist field isn't
Reganation.
narrow to what we understand.
I appreciate
On the
that very
contrary,
much.
we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And Chris Mess 13, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Chris Mess. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Shoot, we are at 100 out of 100 subs right here. Look at that. Ah, you did that on purpose, Reganation. You did that on purpose. That was done with planning and forethought there. And I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Reganation. Good stuff. Thank you kindly. Superb. Premeditated, Murph. Yes, I believe it was. Jack Hughes. Reganation. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support of this community. Thank you for your support of science outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the 12 people that you just gifted subs. And I guess to everybody who's watching and lurking and everything else. Thank you for helping keep me here on the air. I appreciate that tremendously. And, thank you. Yeah. Who is Jack Hughes? Some French guy, HD. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Well, Wheel62. Yeah. Anyway, where were we with this here? Let's return so we can get back to our biogeography, you know?
Have always been keen enthusiasts. In the study of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory. And certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
And that's good. Now I remember where that I wrote that down earlier, and I couldn't remember what documentary it was from. Oh yeah.
An animal such as this little dinosaur get in the world with him. Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other. Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days, there are many reasons for believing that the Bering Straits region was much warmer than it is today, and also that there was dry land there. So all of these dinosaurs, for example, those that were living in North America, could have spread across the Bering Straits into Asia and then on down into Africa. In fact, Lystrosaurus is probably the best evidence from the vertebrates of continental drift.
Not a dinosaur,
Now,
but a
we know
dinosaur.
this little reptile from deposits in South Africa and China.
It's not a reptile. It's a
and
synapsid.
in India for quite a long time. This is a skull, which I think
Hey, Ornis,
shows
how are
its
you doing?
structure
Welcome
quite
back.
clearly, as the lower jaw down here, rather a downturned snout, the nostrils and the eyes. Now, the important fact was the discovery of this animal in Antarctica only last December. Now, for Lystrosaurus to have got to Antarctica and to have survived there implies, I think, such different positions of the continents and climatic conditions in the continents that surely continental drift is the only reasonable explanation.
Bingo. Yeah. Do we have... Let's see. I want to see if we can find that diagram, which is the whole reason why we jumped to this in the first place. That famous diagram of these different rock deposits which are consistent across different continents here. And this might actually be a little bit too early. This might be before they actually put that into a diagram. Yeah, I guess the closest we're going to get is that description right
1,000
here.
million years old. And then there's quite a sharp line. And then here there are rocks which are 500 million years old.
Yep.
Well, now, if you take this line between the two and go across this very narrow gap into Brazil, then you come out in a little village called, I think, San Luis here. And it's a wonderful thing, but the rocks at the western end of the village of San Luis are 2,000 million years old, like these ones, and the rocks at the other end of the village are 500 million years old, like these. The pattern.
And we see that it's a diagram that has since become famous. There we go, right here. Beautiful. It's the same one that I have here on my office wall today. But this is what he's talking about. Well, no, it's slightly different there. But yeah, anyway. Probably the example that he was talking about wasn't quite as robust as some of these other ones. In fact, no, these are about fossil deposits rather than the actual age of the rocks. So yeah, different examples, but they all form a coherent, consistent picture here. This is what science is all about. Is if an idea is actually true, if it's actually reflected in reality, then it should be consistent across different scientific disciplines. And that's exactly the case here. Whether it's geology, whether it's vertebrate paleontology, whether it's paleobotany, like the study of fossil plants, like right here. No matter what different groups of critters you study, all of these different lines of evidence should point toward the same conclusion here, if it's actually true. And this was some of the earliest, like, really good evidence that the continents actually move, which is hugely important for understanding biogeography. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And there have been a number of supercontinents. It's true, Flask. Yeah, you're darn right. There's a PBS Eons video about that. Let me find that for you real quick. I'll just give you the link. We won't watch the whole thing. But yeah, the whole saga of the supercontinents.
By now, you've surely picked up on the idea that the study of natural history is basically the study of how the world has changed. The study of how we all got here. And of course, the world continues to change all the time. I mean, literally. I'm not just talking about how life adapts or how the climate is changing. I mean, the planet itself as an object is in a constant state of flux because the ground beneath your feet is always moving. So the place where you are right now was not
You'd also
always
be
there. For example,
kind of astonished at like the number of people who are like deeply offended and shocked and appalled by this idea. They're like, what? The Earth hasn't always been the same as it is today? Like, I used to work with people like this in Montana. Like, when I worked at I used to work in an auto parts shop. And I used to talk to a lot of mechanics and other people in the auto parts shop. And then later on, I went to become a car salesman. And like, it's kind of shocking the number of people that you encounter who have never really stopped to think about how everything got here. About our own story, about the history of life on Earth. And when they ask you very basic questions about that, and you're explaining to them like, oh, continental drift, or, you know, the origins of biodiversity, different species evolving and changing and splitting and stuff like that. It's kind of shocking how many people this just kind of like shatters whatever kind of like unspoken assumption they may have had about the way that everything works. And they go, like, what? And to me, this is really important stuff as a paleontologist, because this is what I study. This is what I do with my time when I'm not streaming here on Twitch. When I'm out digging fossils during the summer, this is like the end goal. We're trying to figure out the history of life on Earth. And then when I am here in my office, when I'm not in the field, the whole point is to be able to communicate these ideas to anybody who would care to listen. This is kind of my whole life, you know? This is what I'm all about. This is what I'm passionate about. This is why I get out of bed in the morning. This is what I find intensely, endlessly fascinating. And the idea that there are people who have never stopped to think about this before, ever, is, I think, kind of an indictment of people like me, to a certain point. To a certain extent. It's like, we're not doing a good enough job of relaying these ideas to people in the general public. This should be common knowledge, you know? This should be in, you know, basic school education, you know? You should be learning about this stuff in elementary school. Having it reinforced in middle school and then in high school. But so many of these ideas, well, let's be frank, there are people who are working to keep these ideas out of school textbooks. People like creationists who are like, you know, oh, what are you talking about? The Earth is only 6,000 years old, and God created it in its current form, and all the fossils are fake, and the paleontologists are liars. Let's just keep all this stuff out of the textbooks. And I don't know. A lot of those people have a tremendous amount of power in this country, at least in the United States. Shoot, for crying out loud. The person who is second in line to the presidency right now. The person who is second in line to the presidency here in the most powerful country on our planet believes that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, believes that living things cannot change over time, does not believe in evolution. He's blamed school shootings on teaching evolution and abortion. These are the people who are running our country, you know? Yeah. Everyone just says, well, third after the VP. No, well, Biden doesn't count because he is the president. It's Harris, and then it's Johnson. So he's second in line to the presidency. You know? Anyway, that's my point. Anyway, Murph says, I don't think Mike Johnson believes in anything. He's a corporate goon. Well, I mean, what else is new in U.S. government officials? But yeah. A very funny fall machine. Oh no. But yeah. And Kodali, thank you for reposting that from Hugin. I had a question from Friday. Would it have been possible for pterosaurs like Rhamphorhynchus to dive and swim like gannets? I kind of pictured pterosaurs like Rhamphorhynchus in particular being more like skimmers. Rather than... But there were other pterosaurs that almost certainly did dive, like gannets. Rhamphorhynchus I don't think is one of them, though. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Here's a link to this article if you want to horrify yourself. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Salamander says, doesn't skimming require very specific anatomical adaptations? After a point, yes. And, you know, when we're talking about Rhamphorhynchus, I think it has a lot of those. You know, it's got that lovely upturned lower jaw. It's got those prognathous teeth like this. It's got, I think, the same kind of, like, wing structure as modern skimmers have. For those kinds of, like, short wing beats that are directly over the surface of the water. Yeah, there's a lovely reconstruction right there. That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. But I don't know if anybody's really studied this in detail, though. This could be a wonderful master's thesis or even PhD thesis, trying to figure out the functional morphology of critters like Rhamphorhynchus. Were they capable of skim feeding like this? I don't think we really have a good handle on that at present. So yeah. Yeah. And Arthur gone too. No, Germany has snakes. And I'm pretty sure Germany has, well, they certainly have cats too. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? You've returned. Yeah. Could you call Moon Pie over? It'd be nice to have all three of you here in the stream. It's been a while since all three of you have appeared. But yeah. Oh, hang on. Why does it always do this? That's better. Yeah. Germany has grass snakes. Interesting, Sparky Bugosh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. Why is the camera not focusing? There we go. Okay. How are you doing? You having a good afternoon? What can I do you for, Mini Pie? What can I get for you? Would you like a treat? Would you like a treat? It's funny. I grew up with dogs. I did not grow up with cats. And with dogs, when you say, oh, would you like a treat? Or do you want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? And they really perk up. Cats. Not like that. You're not like that, are you? No, you're much less, like, social, to be honest. You don't have that, like, gregarious nature the same way the dogs do. Oh, you tasting me? You hungry? Do you want a treat, Mini Pie? Is that what you want? Or says Danny setting off Alexa's. I would never do any such thing, Murph. I would never say, Alexa, play the dinosaur song by Johnny Cash. I would never do anything like that. Mini Pie, would you like a treat? I think you would. I think you would. Let's get you a treat. How's that? Good stuff? Yeah. You didn't swallow that whole, did you? Mini Pie, you gotta chew. You gotta chew. Yeah. What's up with you? You got what you wanted? You gonna leave now, or you're hanging around? Oh, you're hanging around. You do want to spend time with me, Mini Pie. Well, I appreciate that. He loves catnip, Commodore. Yeah. Yeah. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Bex. Mini Pie has these catnip bananas that she really likes. I'll show you. Here. You stay. Oh, you stay there, Mini Pie. Hey, stay. No. Oh, no, up here. You want your catnip banana? Want your catnip banana? She doesn't care. Anyway. Oh no, I tried to throw the banana to her, and I accidentally hit her with the banana. She did this little hop where just her back, her front legs stayed, like her claws came out and grounded her to the rug, and then her back legs just went like a bucking bronco. I'm sorry, Mini Pie. She's very happy now. Yeah. She's brooding over the catnip banana like an oviraptorosaur. Or like a mother hen on her eggs, just It's plopped on top of it. Good girl, Mini Pie. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. You gotta call on your yellow phone. Yeah, there you go, Commodore. Ring, 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 banana phone. Yeah. Arthur Gahn says, were there cats around the time of the T-Rex? There were not, Arthur Gahn. There were not. Cats evolved only later. During the time of the dinosaurs, mammals like you and me and cats and lions and tigers and bears and whales and camels and foxes and bats, they mostly looked like, well, like this. Mammals were pretty small during the age of the dinosaurs, for the most part. Hadrocodium is even on the small side of the mammals. It was only after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a few birds. Only a few birds survived. They're the only surviving dinosaurs. It was only after the extinction of most dinosaurs that the mammals were able to get big. That's the skull, by the way, of Hadrocodium. Right there. Yeah. They were tiny. And why were mammals so small? Well, they were living in a world ruled by the dinosaurs. Flask. There were a few that got bigger, maybe like badger-sized. The most gargantuan mammals for the entire age of the dinosaurs, for like 150 million years, the most gargantuan of mammals were maybe like the size of a raccoon. And they were freakishly large for mammals back then. The majority of your mammals looked like this. These little shrew-like, mouse-like, vole-like, rat-like critters. Kind of living in the undergrowth. Eking out an existence in the shadow of the dinosaurs. So they were small to avoid the interest of dinosaurs. Part of it, it seems like they were mostly just outcompeted by dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were very, very good at occupying the large-bodied terrestrial animal niches. And they just outcompeted mammals to the point where mammals were like, gotta stay small. And mostly live underground or only come out at night. That kind of thing. That might be the reason why most mammals today are colorblind. Was because for the majority of the existence of mammals here on planet Earth, from about 240 million years ago up until just 66 million years ago, mammals were mostly small little critters living furtively in the undergrowth, living in burrows, maybe mostly coming out at night. Night vision was what they developed. The ability to see in the dark. Their eyes evolved to have more rods, light-sensitive cells, than cones, the color-sensitive cells. That seems to be the reason why most mammals today are colorblind. Only a few lineages of mammals even re-evolved color vision like us. We, as primates, re-evolved color vision. Like after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a few birds. And even to this day, we can't see the full spectrum of colors. Not like birds can. Or rayfin fishes, or lizards, or crocodiles, or whatever. All those critters can see more colors than we can, because they can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. They have tetrachromatic vision. And you can look this up if you're curious about it. It's really interesting stuff. I would go into it in more detail, but we've got other things to cover today, so I'm shying away from that a little bit. Yeah. Trusa Sap says, and now there are mammals who are bigger than dinosaurs ever were? I would disagree with that, Trusa Sap. Even those few whales, which grow to be super gigantic, are still not nearly as long, or not nearly as heavy, as the biggest of the sauropod dinosaurs. But of course that's because whales are essentially weightless. They live in the water, in the ocean. They're neutrally buoyant. Or even slightly less than neutrally buoyant. Or maybe, yeah. They don't really weigh anything. You know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Mass and weight aren't necessarily the same. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. And I thought whales were heavier than... No, whales don't weigh anything, Sloppy Salamander. They're neutrally buoyant. You put them on land, and they don't do super hot. Sometimes you have to blow them up with dynamite, you know? Yeah. There's a... Yeah, here. Yeah. Let's see if I can find this. Come on, Google. Can't be that difficult. I swear there was an article about this, or a blog post about this. Google search is failing us at the moment, but there's an oblique reference to it in here. Yeah. Why are elephants so small? Shoot, we should have talked about this when we were talking about elephants the other day on National Elephant Day. Anyway, yeah. So exactly what this project was supposed to consist of: a list of many candidate limitations on how big animals can get, some rough attempt to quantify their big O behaviors, some discussions of which factors seem to limit the sizes of modern terrestrial animals, and how dinosaurs, especially sauropods, worked around those limitations. Whales are different. I have in my mind a half-formed notion for a third paper, completing the trilogy with a title along the lines of Why Whales Are Dirty Cheaters. Whales are essentially, like I said, they're neutrally buoyant. They live in the ocean. They cannot support their weight on land like sauropod dinosaurs had to. So, anyway, yeah. Arthur Gunn says, small, lol? I mean, small when you're comparing them with sauropod dinosaurs. Some of the largest of the sauropods were just absolutely gargantuan. They weighed as much as maybe a dozen elephants. And they supported their weight on land. Didn't cheat like whales, you know? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Diplodocus, Patagotitan, and an African savanna elephant. Yeah, the largest land mammal alive today is an African savanna elephant. Loxodonta africana, I believe. Yeah. And HD says, to be fair, it has thicker legs than whales. True. Yeah. Of course sauropod dinosaurs are bigger than whales. Compare the femur of a sauropod dinosaur to a whale, you know? Yeah. Yeah, whales are gaming the system. Exactly, Flask. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Dirty weight done dirt cheap. There you go, Will62, yeah. Where were we? Shoot. We were talking about biogeography. Here, let's finish out this video real quick and then let's continue on.
Vast rafts across the sea.
Yeah.
And the species living along the edges, they were split in two. Fast forward to the present day, and you get a plant in South America whose close relatives grow in the tropical Pacific.
Worldcast says, if you could bring back any dinosaur without it being too detrimental to the environment, what would it be? I can give you an example of one that would be beneficial to environments, because it only went extinct very recently. It is called Rhaphis cucullatus. You might know it by another name, however. The dodo. There is at least one project underway to try and resurrect the extinct dodo. This is a bird that only went extinct, what, like 600 years ago? No, not even. No, it was more recently than that. It was like 300 or 400 years ago, right? By all rights, these birds should still be around today, but they were hunted to extinction. Their habitat was destroyed. They were, their eggs were eaten by invasive species like rats and monkeys and pigs. These are critters which, by all means, should still be around, and the island of Mauritius in the Atlantic is severely impoverished as a result of that. Impoverished ecologically, I hasten to add. Or to correct. But yeah. Yeah. We'll have an entire stream, or probably multiple streams about this in the future as news continues to come out about this project. I am tentatively all for this project. I really hope that the Colossal team is able to pull this off. I'm not convinced they'll be able to. But, you know what? All power to them. I hope they're able to do it. But it's gonna be an uphill battle. Holy cow. So far, nobody's been able to clone a bird. Ever. It is as yet impossible to clone a bird. No one's been able to do that. And this will require cloning technology of birds in order to be able to resurrect these animals from extinction. What they would have to do is take a close living relative and modify it. So what they're going to try and do is take a Nicobar pigeon. There we go. Nicobar pigeon, which is like a closest living relative of the dodo, modify some select genes within it to create something that is genetically very similar to what an extinct dodo would be like, and morphologically, hopefully even more similar, and then reintroduce those to the island that dodos are from, the island of Mauritius. So anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you want to read more about it. I'm not at all convinced this is going to work, but I really, really hope they're able to pull it off. And even if they're not, they will still learn some incredible things. Advanced genetic science, be able to understand the genome of the dodo, and it's one of those things. Think about like the space program, you know? In the 1960s here in the US, there were all of these ideas about, oh yeah, you know, the United States plans to put 13 colonies on the moon, blah blah blah. And they never pulled that off, but think of all of the amazing spin-offs that have come out of the US space program. Think of all the people that it employed. Think about how it drove science forward and inspired people to become scientists. You know? We never quite got to the, you know, the future that we all were promised. Sorry, 12. Oh.
because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Mr. Sally Fan, thank you for the subscription there, and welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, Excitable Bunny, Casey Snowhart. What? Mr. Sally Fan says, I love this. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For you and anybody else who might be just kind of stumbling in here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Mr. Sally Fan, you probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. Not a fossilized scientist, but a scientist who studies fossils. I'm certainly not a fossil yet, but inshallah, maybe someday. I study dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. We're actually a very small minority within the paleontological community, even though we get a lot of the attention. I study fossils, I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature, and during the summers, I dig up dinosaurs. This past summer, I was able to do some of that live on stream.
Looks like we're connecting.
There we go. It's me in Wyoming, back in June of 2023.
We're live. Beautiful. All right, cool.
You're a forensic scientist. Very cool, Mr. Sally Fan.
I don't think anybody's watching yet, but for the VOD later, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody.
We're watching the VOD later, aren't we?
Well, holy cow, I don't think anybody's watching yet, but for the VOD later, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yep.
And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Streaming live from the field right now via satellite.
And I'll be out here again at the end of May.
Picking up what will almost certainly be a new species of dinosaur over there. We've got a duckbill hadrosaur. Got some really, really nice elements from it. We've got the skull here, and yeah, just got a few days left to dig this thing out, so it's crunch time now. But luckily we've got a lot of people in there in the quarry, and it's kind of a too many cooks sort of situation, which is why I'm over here streaming. Trying to bring this to all of you, show you what it's like to actually dig up dinosaurs in the field. Dr. Irrefutable, welcome, welcome. Tommy Ploticus, Max Tavo.
Remember, that was Joseph Leidy. I'll type
Homer
it in the
Simpson
chat.
Double O, Acornica. How are you doing, everybody? It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Gonna wait for a few more people to trickle in before we go over there and see the quarry and meet the rest of the crew. But yeah, hello Doki Doki and Izzy. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, another exciting day in the field.
If you're
those
feeling
of you
a bit
who weren't
cheated,
here
try blaming the
last time,
dinosaurs.
I have to go to bed
we're
now.
at not the same
Your
site we were at
enthusiasm is infectious. Keep up the good work. Night all.
Charlie Farr, thank you for the 100 bits. And you sleep well. I hope you have pleasant dreams and some good rest. And I'll be streaming again on Monday. I stream every weekday, usually. Saturdays, I don't normally stream, but I missed last Monday. I was out traveling. And I thought we'd have a special St. Patrick's Day stream today. Talk about biogeography and stuff, and then we're distracted with some tangents. Anyway, Charlie Farr, thank you for the kind words, and for the 100 bits, and for your attention and enthusiasm. I hope to see you again soon.
yesterday, different site.
Yeah.
This one's called Skull Ridge because we're at the top of a big ridge over here.
They missed an opportunity here. Skull Ridge is a cool name, but they could have called it Golgotha. Oh man, that would have been cool. The place of the skull. If I find a dinosaur skull this summer, we're going to name that site Golgotha. Yeah. And Trusasap says, I wonder, how do you guys decide where to set up the quarry? Well, we go where the fossils are, Trusasap. Do you have people going out in advance to scout ahead, or do you use previous records on where finds were in the past? So, Trusasap, oh man, I feel like I've covered this question 2 or 3 times in depth already this week, but we'll do it again real briefly. In order to be able to find a dinosaur site, we got to go out and prospect for it. Here, we've got some other new people here too, so I think they'll also benefit from this explanation. But, yeah, here. Let me pull up this video. I like to show rather than tell whenever I can. And so let's go back to here. Yeah, here we go.
But what would such an animal look like? Would it have limbs, or fins, or both?
And I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand.
You all behave for Neil Schumann here, okay?
I set
I'll
out
be
to
right
find
back.
one. I started my search back in the early 90s when I worked in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I knew that finding this transitional fish was going to be a tall proposition.
A lot of them are out in the Chicago lab.
And the first question was, where to look?
The world's a big place. So the Earth is a giant planet, and fossils are very small. So how do you find those things? Well, there's a checklist we run through. We look for places in the world that have rocks of the right age. If you're interested in the origin of dinosaurs, there's one age of rock to look at. If you're interested in the origin of transitional creatures between water and land, there's another age of rock. Then you look for places in the world that have rocks of the right type, the kinds of rocks that are likely to hold fossils. We knew from previous discoveries that rocks from the Devonian era, around 360 million years old, were likely to contain early tetrapod fossils. And it turned out we had rocks of that age right here in Pennsylvania.
The other thing is that
To look for good sites, I teamed up with geologist Ted Deschler, and we've been fossil hunting buddies ever since.
you know what, we tried it through here, even going down into West Virginia.
We are sort of maybe an odd couple. Neil is excitable and enthusiastic, which is wonderful. I'm enthusiastic as well, but I think maybe not quite as vociferous.
Gone misbehaved. No, little pink pony.
Down
No.
more and focus on recovering the material as we start to find it. And Neil might be a little bit more, okay, what's over the next horizon?
I do need to do a short vid about this, Will 62. That's a great question. That's a great
thinking about the new place to
good
go.
point. I should make a tink talk about this, honestly. Yeah.
Ted and I would sit in the car with maps in one hand and geological papers in the other, and we tootle through these state roads, looking at the rocks, saying, okay, what kind of rock is this again? What kind of age is it?
These poor guys having to drive around.
Pennsylvania, it's not a desert. Their bedrock is not exposed to the surface.
That must be kind of infuriating as a paleontologist in a place like Pennsylvania, you know? Because trees on their own are beautiful, you know? But as a paleontologist, you know that they're obscuring the rock. You know that you can't see what's underneath because there's trees everywhere. You don't have beautiful exposed rock like we have, you know, in some of your, you know, more classic prime fossil hunting territories. You know, you don't have that beautiful Badlands topography that we drool over as paleontologists, where there's just exposed bedrock as far as the eye can see. You know, this is what we're looking for. This is what we're thinking about. This is what I was working with this summer, and what I'll be working with again.
Obscure geological formation in western Wyoming. So it's late Campanian, almost up to the beginning of the Maastrichtian. So about 73 to maybe 71 million years ago, something like that.
Yeah, there are dinosaurs in their hills. There you go, Charlie's
floodplain. And, yeah, the ocean was just out there to the east. We're now at like 7,000 feet of elevation, but back then this was sea level. So a lot can change in 70 million years.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Loonisaurus, how are you doing? Ali Jew, Little Teresa, Marco, A-Rod, welcome, everybody. It is good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. This is going to be a very Q&A heavy stream, I think, so don't be shy with those questions.
To be fair, all of my streams are pretty Q&A heavy, but I'm looking forward to doing more of this. I'll be out there again at the end of May. And if anybody would like to help contribute to our fieldwork this summer in a direct material way, we've got a wish list right here of all these different items that we'll need for digging up these dinosaurs there. We've got about a half dozen different dinosaurs that we're looking forward to excavating. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Mini Pie's causing trouble. Don't scratch that couch, Mini Pie. Keep those claws retracted. You hear? Okay. You had to break out of prison. Yeah, there you go, Commodore. You know, rock hammers are good for things other than breaking out of Shawshank prison. You know, digging fossils, for one. Yeah. Mini Pie, you watch those claws. Okay, good. Anyway. Yeah, and now we've got the label maker, too. So if anybody... I actually ordered the label maker, and Ethan already received it. So if any of you donate an item well, we'll label it with your screen name or your first name if that's what you want. Sure, we'll do whatever seems more appropriate. But yeah, and do we have a link for Ethan's PayPal yet? I don't think we do, but I can ask him, Claire Burr. I can ask him. Yeah. But yeah. Oh no, Salamander, that's unfortunate. But yeah, he had mentioned it on the interview stream. I'll have to talk to him about that. Yeah. Yeah, because we will not be using experiment.com. That was really wonderful for last year. That was really wonderful for last year. But experiment.com kind of took a big cut. Or a cut larger than when we used to. They took like it was like a 5% cut, which is like more than we thought they were going to take. And also, I don't know where I got that number. That number could be completely wrong. I don't know if it was 5%. But they also only sent us the money like a few days before we left. They took a long time to get the money to us. So we're not going that way this year. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And the Mermaid PR wants to know, what is your favorite fossil and least favorite? I will answer your question, the Mermaid PR, but I'm also curious about what your name means. Is it the Mermaid Public Relations? Is it the Mermaid Puerto Riqueño? Is it something else? Favorite and least favorite fossil. Oh boy. Favorite fossil. Might be one I can't talk about in depth yet, but it's one that I discovered in 2012. Which, hopefully, if it's published soon, it'll still get to be a new species of horned dinosaur. The site name was Danny Ceratops. Denver Fowler named it. And Mini Pie, what are you doing? Okay. Don't destroy that, please. Do not destroy that. Least favorite fossil might have to be Raptor Rex. Which is a specimen of a juvenile Tarbosaurus, which was published as a new species of primitive tyrannosaur, and they claimed that it was from a country that it wasn't actually from, and it was like, it honestly should have been a much bigger scandal than it really was. But this was illegally smuggled out of Mongolia. They claimed it was from entirely different rocks from where it was actually found. They claimed that it was actually from China and not from Mongolia, and there's a little video about it here.
Way back in the early Cretaceous period, 130 million years ago, a small dinosaur breathed its last breath near a large lake in the hot forests of China.
You got this video up, Claire Burr?
Maybe none of this is true.
And yes, none of that is true. There was some shady stuff going on here. I'm just gonna say it like that, you know? And you can watch the rest of the video. I think the video is a little bit too willing to excuse some of this stuff. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. They were a little too nice. That should be an alert clip. It says HD and HD. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I like where your head's at, though, HD. And KK got it going on, says, waiting to publish is the worst. I'm waiting to talk about a super cool finding in my lab, but we have 3 more pilots before we can start the real project. I know, right, KK? It's maddening sometimes. I've been waiting for over a decade for this one particular project, and And yeah, I've met Bacher a couple times, Anik and Gabriel, at SVP, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meetings. Yeah, I don't know. Not always the most personable in real life, I'll say that. Bob Bacher is an interesting character. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people kind of wonder, like, what happened to Bacher? But yeah. Hyperconductor says, why do they take that long to publish your research? Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that need to happen first. You got to understand, first of all, that paleontologists tend to be very overworked and very underpaid. I have colleagues who, despite having, like, doctoral degrees and postdocs from major Ivy League institutions, from Harvard and Yale and etc., they're currently working as adjunct professors at state universities, making, like, maybe $12,000 a year or less, you know? And working, like, 50 to 60 hours a week. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. You're back. Mini Pie stepping on my soundboard there. Yeah. So that's a big part of it right there. Is just the extent to which we are kind of exploited by the academic system. We do not get paid for publishing papers. In fact, we often have to pay out of pocket to publish a paper. There is no, like, real strong financial incentive to get papers published with any kind of alacrity. It can take years or decades sometimes. Sometimes we have to pay out of pocket in order to transport fossils back from the field back to the laboratory. It can be really difficult to find people to actually prep those fossils, and then to illustrate them and study them and gather co-authors and... I don't know. Imagine, like, if you had a personal project that you were working on. Say you're building an elaborate birdhouse or something like that, or, you know, remodel your kitchen or something. If you happen to be like a homeowner. Those of you who are lucky enough to be homeowners here in this chat. You know how that can take, you know, you start dreaming of it years before you actually start it, right? That's kind of like publishing a scientific paper as a scientist. It's something you have to work on in your free time, outside of your normal office hours or your teaching hours or whatever else. You have to find the time to work on that, and then you have to get other people involved. You have to find co-authors. And you have to find somebody to illustrate the paper. These things can take hundreds or thousands of hours, just like writing the paper up and collaborating with co-authors and stuff like that. And then you have to shop around for a journal. You might submit a paper to a scientific journal, and sometimes they require like you to pay to be able to actually get that submitted. Then they have to find reviewers to review the paper, who are also doing that for free, as almost like a community service kind of thing. And that can take months, or even in some cases years. And then they might send the paper back to you and say it needs these revisions. You need to change it. You might need to do a whole nother round of experiments, or find some more fossils, or whatever. And then you have to resubmit it. And then they have to go through review again. And then you have to make modifications. And then they have to format it. And then finally they might agree to publish it. And it might take months or years after that before it actually makes its way into the publication. It's a lot. It's a lot. And shoot, tomorrow I'm going to be spending most of my waking hours working on a publication on Spinosaurids I've been working on for literally over a decade at this point. And I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff pertaining to that. Some manuscript revisions and also some illustration work. And we'll be trying to make that happen. So yeah. Ever need latex, Commodore? I mean, we've done like preprints through stuff like that before. It happens. Yeah. And how exactly do paleontologists pay their bills? That's a great question, Trusasap. That's a great question. So I'm not just blabbing and blabbing to the camera here. Let's see if we can find a video on this. What does a paleontologist do? Let's see if we can find a video about this here, and we'll see how it is. We'll use this as a springboard for discussion about how you make a living as a paleontologist, because it's not always easy. Holy cow. Let's see. Oh, shoot, this is cool. From the Etches collection, Steve Etches. Yeah, he's got that beautiful pliosaur there in the UK now. Let's take a look at this. So you're thinking about a career in paleontology. How can I get into paleontology? Well.
Well, you drift into it in some ways. You just become a hobbyist and collect fossils like I've done, and then go from there. If you really want to be a paleontologist, then if you want to do the university route, you've got to go to university, get a degree, get a PhD in certain parts of paleontology. But vertebrate paleontology, which is everyone wants to get into that, is a very close shop. There's not many jobs going in universities and museums to be a sort of full-time paleontologist, certainly in this country. America, China, yeah, they're crying out for people. So,
oh boy, I wish that were the case. I wish that in the US we were crying out for paleontologists, that we put out these job offers and no one applies. No, it's exactly the opposite. You know, there's a job opening and then 50, 100, 150 people apply for it. There are way more people who want to get full employment as vertebrate paleontologists than there are jobs available. It might be worse in the UK, but it's still really bad here in the US as well. Most paleontologists that I know work as... either they work in a museum, as a museum scientist, as a preparator, as a curator, or in like public outreach or something. or they work in academia as usually an adjunct professor. The number of actual, like, tenure-track professorships, unfortunately, is declining. Declining pretty steadily, it seems. Academia is really kind of dying in that regard. Like many different sectors, you've got this increasing financialization where you've got all of these consultants and administrators and bureaucrats and, you know, people who work in, like, you know, deans and assistants to the dean and, you know, assistant envoys to the dean and blah, blah, blah. Those are the people who are just sucking up all the money. And at the same time, when professors, full tenure professors retire, they're not being rehired. Like, that tenure track position is just eliminated there so they can hire more administrators, you know? It's, yeah, and she's here to be admired. There you go, Casey Snowart, yes. You know, this actually reminds me of, let me see if I can find that. Yeah, here we go. Well, no, that's not even all that relevant. Shoot. There's a Monty Python clip, but it's a little long and it's only obliquely related, so we're gonna skip that. Yeah. Teresa Sepp says, I guess that's one downside of capitalism. Yeah, just one. There's definitely only one. Apart from the destruction of our planet and everything that we hold dear. Yeah. Anyway, don't get me started. Oh, right in the face. Yeah, Riddler. Yeah. But yeah. Well, no, I will show this clip. Here, let's see. This is a birth. There we go. This is from the early 1980s, I think. There you go, Will Wolfcast. Yes. The administrators, they're the ones with all the power. They're the ones who really run things, not the people who actually do the work, you know? And Riddler, thank you. I really appreciate that, Riddler. Thank you for the 127 bits. Very specific amount. Feels very, very thought out. I appreciate that. Oh, the administrator. Oh my goodness. Yeah, anyway, oh man, I love that scene right there. Because that really is, honestly, how it works in academia nowadays. You just have this, like, Brahmin class of administrators who really run things, and they get paid all the money, and the people who are actually doing the work they're increasingly squeezed on all sides. You know? I guess this only kind of obliquely references that clip that we just watched, but you get the idea. You know, you've got these, like, MBA vampires, these people who... the business school people, who are not actually involved in the day-to-day running of any of these enterprises. They don't know anything about how any of this stuff works. It used to be that universities, for instance, were run by professors, by the people involved in the education, the people doing the research, the people driving different fields forward and educating the next generation. They were the ones who actually made decisions about how things were run. That's not the way things are anymore. Nowadays, it's people who went to fancy business schools were able to insinuate themselves into these different areas and negotiate huge salaries for themselves while firing a bunch of the actual professors. Eliminating these tenure-track positions, hiring grad students to do the work that, like, formerly you would hire, like, a young professor to do that. And then she would work in that position until she's old and got gray hair and she's able to raise, you know, support a family on that. That doesn't happen anymore. Nowadays, it's like, we'll just go through grad students again and again, and we'll just, you know, pay them garbage wages and just cycle them out, you know? The money's got to go to the administrators. I could talk about this all day. I'm not going to. But yeah. It's pretty wild. Can I find a graph about this?
What you doing?
There we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. This is from the University of California, which, of course, it's my home state. That's where I live. Well, enrollment in the University of California system has risen 38%. The number of managers and administrators has more than doubled. But ranks of the tenured and tenure-track faculty have been relatively flat. So there you go. This pretty dramatic increase in the number of administrators and then the growth of the faculty, it really kind of... It's crazy that, like, you've got more administrators than you have people actually doing the work of education, you know? Yeah. This is something that we see around the world right now. In lots and lots of different sectors. You know all those Boeing planes that have been, like, just dropping parts in midair? Door plugs flying off in the middle of a flight, depressurizing the cabin. If anybody was standing up at the time, they would have gotten sucked out of the plane. Again, this is all part of that same trend. This is part of that same overall milieu, is that the rise of the administrative class. the shrinkage of people who are actually doing the work. At Boeing, it's like firing engineers so that you can hire more administrators. Decreases in quality, but increases in, you know, the people who are concerned about finance, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Commodore says, I think it's a bubble that's gonna pop. Hasn't popped yet. Shoot. It's just getting worse and worse so far. I hope you're right, Commodore. I really hope you're right. Anyway. Yeah. And Dame Karen... Admin tend to actually do work. I mean, in this... I don't know. I used to know some people who worked as like underlings in Montana Hall at Montana State University. People who would work as assistants to the under assistants to the assistant dean of a particular college or whatever else, and they're like, yeah, I just do busy work all day. It's like a fiefdom in some sort of medieval system. Yeah. Commodore says, good, let it get worse faster. It will end faster. Commodore, exhibiting some accelerationism there. Yeah. That's one school of thought. Yeah. And KK says, our admin who actually does a lot of work gets paid very, very little. Right, and they've got admins above them who I'm sure make 5 times as much. You know, that's just kind of how it goes. Ooh. What's this? Thank you. Would it ruin it if I put some green food coloring in it? Alright. Lordy just brought me a drink here. Well. Yeah. That's probably my signal. We should move on back to this right here. Yeah. So you want to become a paleontologist? How does that work?
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
And Squall Adv, I appreciate your follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following. And thank you to Lordy. Holy cow. Yeah.
Museums to be a sort of full-time paleontologist, certainly in this country. America, China, yeah, they're crying out for people. So, but in this country, no. So it's more. I would suggest to anyone who wants to be a paleontologist, then do it as an interest and a hobby first off, before you really want to get into doing it as a job. There's not a lot of money in it, I can guarantee you that. Non-traditional route. Yeah, that's interesting, because what I did, to be pretty frank and honest, if you collect fossils like I do from a specific locality, you've also got to know the geology. So what I used to do is to go on to these Bristol University extramural courses. So they used to do courses outside of the university for interested parties, and it may be over a weekend or 3 or 4 days, and you would learn about geology in certain areas. Ooh. And goodness knows what.
This is good.
I then used to go on, Dorset County Museum used to do evening talks on specific subjects related to geology, and that's really, and getting every available book on the subject and learning it from there. Oh, the interns we've had, right, so yeah, we've had interns in the museum. They're doing this part of their outreach from the universities on certain things. These students we've had...
Hey, Green Minstrel, welcome.
To be pretty frank and honest. They were certainly interested. They come up with a lot of ideas, certain aspects of the museum, like one of them did a display showing a sort of section of cliff, showing the alternate mudstones and shells and everything else. So that was really, really good. She also, which was brilliant, tell you she was really artistic, she had a map of Purbeck with a sort of pterosaur.
Anyway, this is good stuff. I will give you a link to it, but I don't feel like it's terribly pertinent to what we're talking about right here, and I don't want to get too bogged down. Yeah. That bird is so cool on your glasses, Sparky Pugwash. This is a glass that Lenina sent me. Yeah. It's become kind of my go-to glass here, because, you know, it delivers what it promises. Glass. And, at the risk of falling down another rabbit hole here, yeah.
What made of? Glass. 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 What's this made of? Glass. Glass. What made of? Glass. 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 What made of? Glass. Glass.
Anyway.
Glass. Glass.
Glass. I think this is official merchandise from Apollo the Parrot.
Glass.
Uh,
Glass. 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 Glass.
there's a link there.
Glass. 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 Glass.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Now, shoot, we were talking about biogeography earlier. And we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the father of biogeography. When we're talking about Ireland and snakes and why snakes don't exist in Ireland, what we're asking is a question about biogeography. Why do certain critters live in certain areas and not in other areas? That's kind of a question at the heart of the field of biogeography. And widely acknowledged as the father of modern biogeography is, of course, Alfred Russel Wallace. Here's a lovely video about him right here.
Between two groups of islands in the Indian Ocean, there's a seemingly invisible line splitting up two totally different animal populations. It became...
And that is, of course, right here on our back wall today. That's... Oh, you'll find out what it's called. Does anybody remember what it's called? What do we call that line, chat? What do we call that line? Right here. Grommet line. Cheese, Grommet. No, Mayor Space. No, not quite. Shakud, not quite. That line right there. Oh, you're about to get a refresher, chat. Take a look.
known as the Wallace Line after the scientist who found it. And it took 3 branches of science to figure out why it exists. A lot of the time, plant and animal communities will gradually change as you travel across continents or climates.
There you go, Will62. Yes, indeed.
You'll see a distinct border separating
Salamander got it first.
That border
Salamander,
can sometimes
nicely
be
done.
caused by obvious things like mountains or rivers, but there's no obvious feature along the Wallace Line. The study of how species are distributed around the world and why they
You got
live
it,
where they
Salamander.
do is called biogeography. It's mainly a branch of
Yeah!
biology, since how animals evolved and
Biogeography.
how good they are at moving around play a big role in where they ended up. But other scientific disciplines like geology and climatology are important too.
Excuse me, and also paleontology, you know? Pay some respect. Paleontology also very, very important for understanding biogeography. Yeah, snubbed. I know, right, Salamander? Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah.
And biogeographers use all these factors to divide the Earth into regions based on their plant and animal communities. Today, the
And Werewolfcast says, why didn't elephants evolve on North America but did in Asia and Africa? No, we 1,000,000% had elephants in North America too, Werewolfcast. There's some that are like just maybe like 2 miles from where I'm sitting right now that live you know, they lived all over the place. Shoot. They were here until just a few thousand years ago. Yeah, here. Here, let me show you. Just the Columbian mammoth, just one species. Genus Mammuthus in Alameda County, California. We've got all of these different mammoth specimens just from here in Alameda County, California. Here's one with a picture. Big old tooth from a Columbian mammoth. Yeah, some elephants. The elephant lineage first evolved in Africa, but it's since spread out across the world. Elephants lived on 5 of our 7 continents. They first evolved in Africa, then they moved up into Europe, and then into Asia, and then into North America, across the Bering Land Bridge, and then down into South America, too. We've had elephants on all 7 continents. So, yeah, and Columbian mammoths were huge, Wheel 62. We talked all about this the other day. Here. They were big critters, you know? They were not small beans, those Columbian mammoths. They were pretty large. So this is actually a lovely image there. I like that a lot. We've got here an American mastodon here. An African bull elephant, looks like. Or actually, that could be a cow. I don't know. It doesn't have the, like, super high shoulders. And then a Columbian mammoth. Columbian mammoths got huge, huge, huge. Yeah. But yeah. Petrichor says, did we have camels too here in North America? Not only did we have camels here in North America, camels first evolved here in North America. North America was the original home of camels before they spread out across the rest of the globe. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Chrissy Carson Art. Yeah. Yeah, here. And we've got a lot of fossil camels from right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Here, where I live, in the San Francisco Bay Area, and probably where you live too, in Oregon, you've probably got camel fossils from right near where you're sitting right now. Camels. What were the last American camels? Commodore asks. Let me show you. Camelops is one of the last ones. These guys were big. They were big. So the big one there is Camelops, whose name means camel face. Yeah, they were large. They were very large. There's a bunch of fossils from them from the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. There's Gigantocamelus spatula. Another really big camel. I think this might have been the largest of the camels that we have thus far. But yeah, camels first evolved here in North America, and then they later spread down south into South America. Those are the ancestors of llamas and alpacas. You know, guanacos and vicuñas. And then they spread west across the Bering Land Bridge into Asia, and then later into Europe and down into the Arabian Peninsula, for instance. So yeah. Camel make camel face? Yeah, Axeman, yeah. Camelops literally means camel face. So yeah. Chrissy Carson Art says, did they evolve while humans were here? If so, do we know if we rode them? So, camels disappear from North America shortly after the first people show up here in North America. So, and we do have evidence that early humans who arrived in the Americas hunted camels. It could actually be the case that we as human beings caused the extinction of camels in North America, and mammoths, and mastodons, and saber-toothed cats, and dire wolves, and ground sloths, and just about every other big Pleistocene land mammal. There's a big extinction event that happens at the end of the Pleistocene. Where most of these big, beautiful, wonderful critters died out. The big old camels, the Columbian mammoths, the saber-toothed cats, the ground sloths, the American lions, American horses, and giant American bison all die out at the end of the Pleistocene. Dire wolves, too. And it's awful suspicious, I'll say. It's awful suspicious that as soon as Homo sapiens shows up in North America, these critters have only got, at most, like a few hundred years to live, you know? The climate was also changing at the time, and there's a big debate that is still ongoing. About the Pleistocene megafaunal extinctions, the late Pleistocene extinctions. Yeah. Human impact on megafauna populations is thought to have been driven by hunting, overkill, as well as possible environmental alteration. The relative importance of human versus climatic factors in the extinctions has been the subject of long-running controversy. I don't study this kind of thing in particular. This is not my field of expertise. This is not what I work on as a paleontologist. This is the domain of other paleontologists who work on the Pleistocene. I don't work on this. But from what I can see as an outsider, as somebody who works on dinosaurs, the general vibe that I get, and I could very well be wrong about this. This is outside my field. The general vibe that I get is that the idea that these animals died because of a changing climate is kind of falling by the wayside. The idea that it was the arrival of humans and overhunting by humans, alteration of these environments by humans, the introduction of fire to these landscapes by humans, that idea that, like, human intervention is what drove the extinction of these big mammals, it seems like that is the idea that's winning out currently. Again, this is not my field, so who cares what I think about this? Not an expert in this field. I want to make that very, very clear. But me sitting on the outside of this, still as a paleontologist, but not specializing in this kind of thing, the impression that I get is that the overkill hypothesis is the one that is gaining steam, and the critters died because the Earth got a little bit warmer slowly, that idea seems to be the one that's kind of falling by the wayside. So yeah. HD says, I didn't know Danny had a green thumb. It's St. Patrick's Day. You gotta have a green thumb there. And maybe that may have happened because I was putting some green food coloring into here. So yeah. But yeah, and there you go, Will. Yeah. And Chrissy Carsonart says, do you know if we have evidence of other species overhunting and being destructive of their environment like humans can? Absolutely, Chrissy Carsonart. There are plenty of examples of that in our modern world, of other critters moving into an ecosystem and just wreaking havoc. But that's, maybe without exception, that's always because humans have introduced those species. Whether it's rabbits in Australia, or like green or brown tree snakes on the island of Guam, whether it's mosquitoes in Hawaii, driving local bird species into extinction. It's Yeah, toads in Australia. Yeah, Australia's got a bunch of them. Foxes in Australia, too. Mushrooms are jazz, yeah. Pythons in Florida. Yeah. Without human intervention, the kind of, and again, I hope I'm not repeating myself too much, but we talked about this earlier this week. The Great American Biotic Interchange is maybe our best example of this from the fossil record. This is before humans evolved. This is in, like, the Pliocene. In South America, you had these critters like giant ground sloths. Here, terror birds, glyptodonts, which are like giant armadillos, and capybaras and their relatives. And then in North America, you had proboscideans like this Gomphotherium here. You had camels like this llama ancestor there. You had tapirs and peccaries and saber-toothed cats.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Devil's Eyes, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 4 months. Devil's Eyes, I really appreciate it. How you doing? North America and South America here. North America, South America used to be separate. And then, finally, they joined up. Those continents drifted together. And I love how this ties in with our subject of biogeography today. Suddenly critters could walk on dry land from one continent to another. And a lot of stuff happened then. Holy moly. This is a lovely little diagram here that shows that. The species in blue are critters that were once up north but moved south. The critters in green are critters that evolved in the south and moved north. So you have what we call the Great American Biotic Interchange between South America and North America. And it was kind of lopsided. The critters from North America did a lot better than the creatures from South America. Many more of them moved south. So that's why you've got more creatures in blue here. The critters in green are the ones that moved north from the south, and there's not as many of them. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, these are not to scale. I want to make that very clear. Commodore says, is that Godzilla / Gojira? No. This is meant to be an artistic representation. These animals are not to scale. You know, you don't have Gomphotheres that were as big as an entire continent. I want to make that very, very clear. Whereas Mothra, they're not to scale. Not to scale. But yeah, we were just talking about this yesterday. This is cool stuff. These critters, Gomphotheres and American horses, short-faced bears and direwolves moved south into North America. Glyptodonts, ground sloths, terror birds moved north into North America. This is before humans evolved. This is going on in the New World, the Western Hemisphere. So yeah. There were North American parrots. Well, they moved from the south into the north, Commodore. Yeah. Anyway, with that, we'll get back into biogeography here. Why it's important.
Geology and climatology are important too. And biogeographers use all these factors to divide the Earth into regions based on their plant and animal communities. Today, the study of biogeography encompasses the whole globe. But it got its beginning when a naturalist in the 1800s noticed an odd quirk in the flora and fauna of the Indian Ocean. That naturalist was Alfred Russel Wallace, the father of biogeography.
And of course, for today, we've got that same exact portrait of him right here. There we go. Here. There. Here. There. There we go. Alfred Russel Wallace. This is a guy who, at the same time as Charles Darwin, independently discovered natural selection. He was really the guy who gave Darwin the kick in the pants that he needed to finally publish his theory and create this book on the origin of species. Because since evolution is a real biological phenomenon, since it's just there waiting to be discovered, you know, Darwin envisioned this idea a long time ago, but he kind of got really nervous about it. Darwin was kind of a timid guy in a lot of ways. As a member of the landed elite of British society, you know, he had to play by all these social mores and everything, and he, you know, he had tendencies toward being a little bit more timid. Alfred Russel Wallace grew up working class. He didn't have those strictures there. He didn't have those kind of like rigid guardrails that members of the upper class had. So he was like, yeah, I found this cool idea and I'm going to write to it. He actually wrote to Darwin. He's like, hey, I've discovered this really cool thing about how creatures, I think they change over time. And he like sent this letter to Darwin about it. Darwin had already been working on this for decades. And Darwin's like, holy cow, I'm going to get scooped on this. I need to publish this thing ASAP because other people are going to publish it out from under me if I don't get my butt in gear. So yeah, it was, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Who's also famous for being the co-discoverer of natural selection, along with some other guy named Charles Darwin. Wallace traveled throughout the Amazon and Southeast Asia from the 1840s to 60s, searching for evidence of evolution. And he found...
And Trusa Sap, we know the poles, the equator have shifted over. So the equator has never shifted. The poles, they don't really shift. They kind of tootle around a little bit at the top and the bottom of the Earth, but then they kind of flip. But when that happens, that doesn't really cause... That would cause much more havoc today than it ever has in the past. I'll put it that way. You know, creatures in Earth's ancient past didn't use GPS. They didn't have satellites in orbit. They didn't have all these very delicate computer systems that rely on Earth's magnetic field, all that stuff. So yeah, the Earth's magnetic poles have shifted literally like hundreds or thousands of times in geological history that we can study. That's like a routine thing, you know? It doesn't really cause extinctions or anything. Trusa Sap. Yeah. I know it's frustrating because in a lot of like, you know, a lot of like conspiracy theorists and like, you know, 2012 will be the end of the world people, they were talking about, oh, in 2012 the Earth's magnetic poles will shift and gravity will be reversed and we'll all float up into space and die. That's not what happens when the poles shift. It takes hundreds or thousands of years to the poles shift. They do it pretty gradually, we think. And then, yeah, it might mess up your compasses for a while, but it's not really gonna like, you know, it's not gonna be Armageddon. Yeah. Yeah, and Earth's precessional tilt has changed. That's true. That does cause ice ages there, Will 62, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and there you go, Dame Karen. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
Found plenty of it. One of the things he noticed was that features like rivers and mountain ranges often had different animals living on either side of them.
Yeah.
Even if the climate was similar on both sides. That's because those kinds of physical barriers are one way new species can form. One population gets split in two, and each one adapts to its new circumstances. But Wallace also found something a little weirder. A sharp, invisible line dividing the species on islands in and near Indonesia.
Yeah, the Wallace line.
Islands had animals more like those in Asia. But the other side had animals more like Australia's. The two continents are connected by a string of islands, but most of them are less than 160 kilometers apart. So you'd think there would be a gradual change from Asian fauna, like tigers and elephants, to Australian, like kangaroos and platypuses.
And Excuse Me says Earth isn't flat. I know it's not, excuse me. It's oblong. Earth is spherical. And I know there are a lot of people online who will be like, well, actually, Danny, the Earth is actually a geoid. It's an oblate spheroid. It's not actually a true sphere. And those people are wrong in a really important way. that I'd like to relate to you. So our Earth is, of course, round. It is not a perfect sphere in like a mathematical sense. But the Earth is... I'll put it this way. Here. If you were to blow up a billiard ball to the size of the Earth would be more of a perfect sphere than this is. When people say that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, they're being incredibly pedantic. It is, for the intents and purposes that we as human beings observe on a human scale, you would call this a sphere, right? You wouldn't say, well, actually, this is an oblate spheroid, because if you were to blow it up to the size of the Earth, then there would be, you know, differences that would be expanded to the point where you couldn't actually call it a true sphere from a mathematical sense. The Earth is a sphere, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Regadactylus says, lol, it is more spherical than it isn't. Exactly, Regadactylus, yeah. I'm not getting on your case, excuse me. It's something that I've heard before from other people, and it kind of bugs me. Yeah, it's... Oh, and I didn't even see that, Regadactylus. Shoot, I'm sorry. I did not see your message. I'm not trying to call you out. I wonder if... Does Wikipedia have any information about this? I like to cite another source, even if it is just Wikipedia, but we can go to the original sources in Wikipedia if we need to. Spheroid. Yeah. The figure of the Earth and of all planets is not quite a sphere, not mathematically speaking, but instead is slightly flattened in the direction of the axis of its rotation. So the poles, the equator of the Earth will be, its diameter will be slightly larger than the diameter at the poles. But that difference is extremely slight. Yeah. So the current World Geodetic System model uses a spheroid whose radius is 6,378.137 kilometers at the equator and 6,356.752 kilometers at the poles. And so let's see what the difference is there. Let's take those numbers. Shall we? So, 6,356 points, let's include the decimal, 752 divided by 6,378.137. So that's 0.996647. So it is like 99.6% the same, you know? That's very, very, very similar. Both the height and width of the Earth, if we're going to talk about it in those... So it's a 0.3% difference. Basically, yeah, Mary L. So the Earth is essentially a sphere, you know? A 0.3% difference. If you were to look at like a billiard ball like this, you're going to find more than a 0.3% difference, chances are, in the height versus the width of a billiard ball like this. So yeah. So it's flat is what I'm hearing. Very funny, Rhacodactylus. Anyway, the next time one of you encounters in real life somebody who's trolling you and saying, like, oh, I think the Earth is flat, it's like you can say with confidence the Earth is a sphere. Because for the intents and purposes that we care about, you know, in real life, if you're trying to, you know, win a bar bet, playing a game of billiards, or snooker, or whatever else, you know, snooker for those UK viewers there. Love you, UK viewers, even if I'm a little hard on you sometimes. You know, it's essentially the same. Yeah. The Raven says hello from UK. Hello to you, the Raven. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says, I encounter those people plenty. Thank you very much. I do not recommend. Yeah. I used to work with a guy who said that the Earth was flat. He was also a neo-Nazi. It's funny how much those things kind of go hand in hand. But yeah. He had a big 1488 tattoo right there on his neck. Yeah, Montana's a wild place. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says, that is surprisingly predicted by my research. Yeah. Shoot, here, I'll show you something. How do you get a job? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. It is Montana, you know? And Devil's Eye says, I live in Montana. It is very wild. Holy cow, Devil's Eyes. Well. My greetings, and I'm not going to say condolences. Montana is a beautiful state, filled with all kinds of natural wonders, and some of the best dinosaur fossils in North America. I enjoyed living in Montana I lived in Bozeman for 8 years, Devil's Eye. From 2010 until 2018. Yeah. From August of 2010 until June of 2018. Maybe earliest July of 2018. But yeah. But yeah. Dave Karen says avoid Montana. It's not unique to Montana. This is whether we're talking Idaho or Eastern Oregon, whether we're talking Nevada or Utah or parts of Colorado or Wyoming or the Dakotas or Nebraska or I don't know. You get the same sort of thing across much of the United States, for sure. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Red Bulwark. Yeah, exactly. Red Bulwark. You got it. Yeah. Hyperconductor says planets are more spherical than billiard balls, so we should use planets to play pool. Got it. Yeah. Rhacodactylus, you might already be aware of this, but this is something that I find really fascinating. I've got some of this saved on my hard drive here. But there are several people on the internet who claim to believe, and if someone is this nihilistic, it's really difficult to really ask if they believe in anything. But they claim to believe that dinosaurs are fake, that they're made up. You know? And book research. There we go. Yeah. Is this it here, maybe? There we go.
Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
These are various videos that I found online.
football team again. The Rams are back, and there's a player on the Rams named William Hayes does not believe in dinosaurs. For real. He thinks dinosaurs are a hoax cooked up by some very rascally archaeologists.
Is this the right one? Also, paleontologist Jimmy Kimmel, not archaeologist.
History Museum, where they have all sorts of dinosaur bones. And here is my dinosaur day with William Hayes.
Anyway, he just kind of like plays this video from the start. And then, yeah.
Replicas, castings, fiberglass, plastic, clay.
This is not the right one, but it's kind of in the same vein here. Shoot, did I?
Construct a set of hypotheses addressing the causes, and then look for a...
Anyway, I think this might be the video from this guy Eric Dubé.
Dogs are incarcerated in thick vaults to which only a few select, highly placed researchers hold a key, which means that no independent researcher has ever handled a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone.
And that is completely incorrect on so... I don't even know where to start with, like, debunking this. But... maybe I can find you the original one right here. Appropriate, the song that we've got going on right now, because this stuff is pretty toxic. Let's see. Here's the guy's profile here on YouTube. Let's search. It would help if I could spell dinosaurs correctly, typing super fast. I may have removed that video, actually. Yeah. Anyway. It's like flat earth pseudoscience guy, and I was looking at this one day because his video on dinosaurs appeared in my feed on YouTube. Like, what in the world is this? And then I looked at the comments underneath. And then you have right here, this guy says, you know, commented just 5 days ago. This must have been pretty recent. Shoot. He says, very fascinating. This whole video is about how, oh, dinosaurs are fake and paleontologists are liars and this is all conspiracy and blah, blah, blah. This guy says, very fascinating. I always had a feeling in the pit of my stomach when being force-fed information about dinosaurs as a child that never sat right with me. Next, the people need to know the truth about World War II and Hitler. And then the guy who created the video, like, not only did he, like, favorite that comment right there, but he says, this is all he says right there. He provides a link. My most banned video, colon, and then there's a BitChute link right there. Chat, I clicked that link and took a screenshot. And oh, hang on. Sorry. Put this in a Chrome. There we go. This is it. Yeah. It's kind of crazy just how if people are so willing to deny very basic science or to, you know, try and convince people that, like, oh, dinosaurs are fake or something like that. In my personal experience, more times, you know, more often than not, you get really wild out there ideas, and it often turns out these people are just like neo-Nazis. It's really, really disturbing stuff. And Regadactylus is a killer surprise. I know, huge surprise, right? No, it, oh yeah. Yeah. Commodore says it's a recruiting method for the easily gaslit. It kind of is. You know, it's almost like those those phishing emails that you get, like the Nigerian prince emails or whatever, where it's like it's written in really broken English and stuff, and like, oh, I'm a prince in this other country, I want to wire you some money, give me your bank details, but they don't actually bother to correct the English or anything like that, because they realize that if someone is going to be gullible enough to actually give them their bank details so they can take all their money, they're going to be gullible enough to not worry about the broken English or the bad grammar or whatever else. It's kind of the same thing, you know? If somebody is divorced from reality enough to be convinced about the idea that dinosaurs are made up or fake or whatever, that paleontologists like me are all lying to the public and sculpting these dinosaur bones or whatever, then it's like, well, shoot. Then can I interest you in some neo-Nazism? Can I interest you in some Hitler apologism or whatever? So anyway, it's remarkable how much these things go hand in hand like that. And that's a big part of what I do here on Paleontologizing, you know? Why I'm doing this here on Twitch is that, to a certain extent, the knowledge about scientific phenomena, knowledge about the history of life on Earth, knowledge about the way that we as scientists discover the truth about the natural world, this is almost like an inoculation against that kind of thing. It's a safeguard against being able to being taken away by nonsense, you know? It certainly was for me growing up, you know? The stuff that I do here on Twitch, you know, talking about fossil science, walking people through the process of paleontology, trying to show you how it works, is a safeguard against believing ridiculous things. The more you understand about how the real world works, I think the less likely you are to be taken in by scammers, by con artists, by charlatans. That's why I'm so excited about doing another summer of live dinosaur digs here on this platform, is that I like to think that it would be really hard for scammers like this to say, oh, you know, well, the scientists, they just, you know, create these things in a laboratory. It's like, no, if you can watch us digging up these bones live on stream, if you can ask questions and interact and have us put the camera right up to the bones so you can see them there in the ground and all that stuff, you've seen it with your own eyes. You won't be able to be fooled by the Hitler weirdos and the flat earthers.
He called it an iguanodon.
And holy cow, stats bloke! My goodness. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing, stats bloke. How are you doing? It's really good to see ya.
Arrived in force with their army of 221 chickens.
Stats bloke, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Jay Miguel, how are you doing? Ecotech? Chicken attack in progress? Yes, indeed. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Ed Draco, thank you for the follow.
The work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And Cold Carl, thank you for those follows. TC Freer, thank you for the follow also. Welcome to the channel, it's good to have you here. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. Are you gonna come up onto the desk? I might be able to entice a cat up here. Raiders, do you like cats? I hope you like dinosaurs, first of all. And 10 Bruce Lees. 10 Bruce Lees? I'm gonna back away from that fight. Thank you for the follow, though. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're having kind of a fun St. Patrick's Day stream today. It's a long story. We'll get into it in a little bit. But anyway, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up in the field during the summers, what I talk about here 5 days a week on Twitch. I'm here to try and peel back the curtain, show you how fossil science actually works, walk you through the process of learning about the ancient world, and sometimes we have visits from Cat Sweetie Pie. Oh, you want to come up here on the desk and say hello to all these raiders? Oh, you're looking so shy. You want to come over here, Sweetie Pie? Oh, I have a treat for you if you want to come over. Yeah. Anyway, Stats Bloke, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Sweetie Pie, thank you for saying hello. I didn't put it down yet, Sweetie Pie. It's right here. Look, it's right here. Look, Sweetie, it's here. Hey. Oh, there you go. Here. Oh, there you go, sweetie. Yeah. Oh, good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Anyway, Stats Bloke, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It is wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And Ken, how are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, sweetie. Thanks for saying hello.
Help me.
And Tinker Moogle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh, and there goes Sweetie Pie. She has taken her leave. So we'll continue here. But yeah. Anyway, everybody, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to introduce a good friend of our channel here. We call him Previously Recorded Danny. If you're wondering what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, well then Previously Recorded Danny has got you covered. And he is currently sneaking up behind me right now. He's going to talk to you for a minute about who I am, what my background is, all that stuff. I don't like talking about myself that much. I let him do most of the talking. He's pretty good at it by virtue of being previously recorded. So Stats Bloke, can we get another shout out for you real quick? But Stats Bloke, thank you so much for that huge raid. I really appreciate you, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. And Previously Recorded Danny, it is your time to shine. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource
that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present day Danny, back to you.
Even more to Stats Bloke there. Not Spats Bloke. Doesn't wear spats. He's presumably got something to do with statistics and played World of Warships today. Let me get another shout. We already got one. Thank you, Claire Burr, for shouting out Stats Bloke. I really appreciate the raid. Yeah. Good to have you here. Spats Bloke might also get into spats with people. That is beneath Stats Bloke, who plays World of Warships and garners pretty impressive viewership here on Twitch, and then raids into this channel. I appreciate you more than you know, Stats Bloke. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Yeah, so shoot, for those of you who just raided in, or otherwise appeared, like you, Ken. How are you doing, Ken? It's good to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And Dogzilla, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Or thank you for the follow. Excuse me. Been streaming now for almost 5 hours. Excuse my mistakes there. Ken says, "What did I do?" You're here, and I appreciate you for it, Ken. Welcome back. Yeah. Dan Peel Hunter says, "Did you change your role?" Of course I did. It's St. Patrick's Day tomorrow here in the States. It's already St. Patrick's Day for some of you watching in time zones more advanced than my own. And we've been talking a little bit about biogeography on St. Patrick's Day. Of course, there is that old idea about St. Patrick banishing the snakes from Ireland. Commodore says, "Do you feel lucky?" Is that a Dirty Harry reference? I don't know how to answer that. This is literally how I learned how this went in school. And St. Patrick drove the snakes from Ireland. Didn't happen that way. Ireland never had any snakes. So yeah. And in talking about that, here, let me just pull up a quick article right here. Did St. Patrick really drive snakes out of Ireland? According to legend, the patron saint of Ireland chased the slithering reptiles into the sea after they began attacking him during a 40-day fast he undertook on top of a hill. It is admittedly an unlikely tale. Ireland is one of the few handful of places worldwide, including New Zealand, Iceland, Greenland, and Antarctica, that Indiana Jones and other snake-averse humans can visit without fear. At no time has there ever been any suggestion of snakes in Ireland. There was nothing for St. Patrick to banish. Nigel Monaghan, keeper of natural history at the National Museum of Ireland in Dublin, told National Geographic. Snakes likely couldn't reach Ireland. Most scientists point to the most recent ice age, which kept the island too cold for reptiles until it ended 10,000 years ago. After the ice age, surrounding seas may have kept snakes from colonizing the Emerald Isle. So this plays into our main topic for the day. We're using St. Patrick's Day as kind of an entree into biogeography. We're talking about why different critters live in the places that they do. And it's actually a really fascinating subject. So we were watching this video earlier. Let's get back to that. We were talking about Alfred Russel Wallace. Let's backtrack just a little bit. Let's continue now. What about sea snakes? Sea snakes usually live in areas that are a little bit warmer, Dunpeel Hunter. Sea snakes are very common in places like the Philippines and warmer waters. I don't think there's very many sea snakes in the channel between Ireland and Great Britain. There's probably none, actually. But yeah. Yeah. Constant. Wait, what, Ken? I don't understand. And Statsbloke says, I've swam there many times. Can confirm. No sea snakes? Okay. Lots of mackerel, though. Have you seen mackerel while out swimming there, Statsbloke? That's really neat. That's really neat. Mackerel are such cool fishes. I'm reading a book about tuna right now, which I think tuna and mackerel aren't they pretty close to each other? Thuniform fishes, tuniform fishes, however you pronounce that. Let's go to our tree of life here. Let's see. Mackerel. Yeah. Within Actinopterygia, the ray-finned fishes. Yeah. Mackerels. Really cool critters. I want to say that tuna are pretty close to them, but I might be getting mackerel and skipjack mixed up. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Oh no, they're actually super distant. I'm sorry, Chad, I misled you. Yeah, I was thinking of skipjack and albacore. Yeah. Anyway, I'm reading a book about tuna right now, and they're such cool critters. They're amazing animals, tuna. Chrissy Carson Art says, what are some of your favorite facts related to biogeography? Well, let's get back into that and talk about it. Shall we? Why do different critters live in different places?
From the 1840s to 60s, searching for evidence of evolution, and he found plenty of it. One of the things he noticed was that features like rivers and mountain ranges often had different animals living on either side of them, even if the climate was similar on both sides. That's because those kinds of physical barriers are one way new species can form. One population gets split in two, and each one adapts to its new circumstances. But Wallace also found something a little weirder.
Oh, gotcha, Ken. Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, Ken, we were talking about continental drift earlier today, and there was this lovely documentary. Are you aware of this right here, Ken? This is such a cool documentary from 1970.
The idea of continents drifting about the globe is as old as the idea of flights to the moon, and until recently, equally laughable. But Earth scientists have been getting very excited about some new discoveries in geology and geophysics. To begin with, what is the evidence for continental drift?
So this is at a time when this was brand new, like this idea was really first catching on among geoscientists. And it's such a beautiful time capsule of... no, this is before Sagan's time, Dunfield Hunter, yeah.
Professor Edward Bullard explains the geometry.
Here's a link.
Most people must have noticed that the coast of Africa is a very similar shape to the coast of South America.
Yeah. Anyway, so we kind of go through there. We talk about fossils.
In the study of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory, and certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
Yeah, they do.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well.
This is where it really fits.
Intrigue74, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Yeah.
North poles. But there's only one North Pole, and as it stays more or less in the same place in relation to the Sun, it's therefore the rock samples that have moved.
Pulling out those plugs there, these core samples.
If the samples have moved, then so have the continents.
Yeah. Anyway, this whole documentary is just... this is at the cutting edge of science at the time, and that is so cool to see. It's just this beautiful, beautiful time capsule here.
To test the seafloor spreading theory.
And this is tremendously exciting because to a geologist, there's really nothing quite like a sample. You cannot determine the age of sediment, for example, from geophysical investigation. You have to have some of it in your hands. And in fact, by drilling all the way through the sediment layer and recovering not only the sediment just above the igneous rock, but in a number of cases, the actual igneous rock floor of the ocean, it was found without exception that the age of this oldest material did become progressively younger as one approached the crest of the rise system.
Yeah, anyway, beautiful stuff. Here again is the link to that video right there, and I would highly recommend it. It's such a joy that this has appeared on YouTube. We had a whole stream about this back in, when was that, actually? Let's find it real quick. Talking about continental drift. Alfred Wegener. On the anniversary of the birth of Alfred Wegener.
Too incredible to believe.
Which, you know, makes sense at the time. The thing is, in science, we need mechanistic explanations for things. He's right. You have a handful of observations that, like, wow, it really looks like these continents fit together like pieces of a puzzle. And, you know, it's interesting that these plants and animal fossils from different continents look very similar to one another. You know, despite being separated by huge, vast oceans. But without, like, an underlying mechanistic explanation for how the continents can move, it doesn't really work as a scientific idea, you know? And in Wegener's time, people didn't really understand much about how the Earth actually worked. And so, searching for some sort of mechanistic explanation for it, Wegener stumbled there. And of course, he ended up dying before his time. Which is probably one of the reasons why the whole idea kind of stalled out. Anyway, yeah, here's a link to that video right there if you want to watch that for whatever reason. There's that VOD right there. Yeah. So yeah. And Mary L, of course you are, after your contribution there. I appreciate that, Mary L. Appreciate you. Anyway, back to Alfred Russel Wallace, who existed at a time before we knew anything at all about continental drift. Here we go.
That's because those kinds of physical barriers are one way new species can form. One population gets split in two.
We call this allopatric speciation, where there's a geographic boundary that emerges in the middle of a population of organisms, and then those organisms can no longer share genes with each other when that population gets split in two, and they become two separate populations and eventually become two different species. Allopatric speciation is what that's called.
And each one adapts to its new circumstances. But Wallace also found something a little weirder. A sharp, invisible line dividing the species on islands in and near Indonesia.
And StatsBloke says, which may happen to humans when we colonize Mars. Didn't KSM write about that? I've not read any of his Mars books, Kim Stanley Robinson, but I've read The Ministry for the Future, and I adore that book. Oh my goodness, it is so good. But doesn't he talk a little bit about like the morphological changes that happen between humans on Earth and humans on Mars? Anyway, I'm not convinced that's ever going to happen, but it's an interesting thought experiment, you know? Cast the Dreamer says, maybe in Blue Mars. I read the first two. Interesting. Yeah. And Casey Snort says, wait, we still have species that can still interbreed, but we still call them different species? So there's other indicators, right? Oh boy, Casey Snort, you stick around. We'll talk about species concepts another time. I don't have time for that tonight. But there are, oh man, is it complicated and fascinating and beautiful and complex and infuriating at times. Different species concepts in biology. Holy cow. You stay tuned. We'll talk about that another time. Yeah.
One side of the line, islands had animals more like those in Asia. But the other side had animals more like Australia's.
The Wallace line, by the way, what she's talking about right here, I have here up in the office today. Right there, that red line is the Wallace line across the Indonesian archipelago. That's what she's talking about.
The two continents are connected by a string of islands, but most of them are less than 160 kilometers apart. So you'd think there would be a gradual change from Asian fauna, like tigers and elephants, to Australian, like kangaroos and platypuses, as you hop from one island to the next. Nope. Instead, there's an abrupt switch that happens just east of the island Borneo. And
yep, there it is. There's the Wallace line. And here it is right here. Let me take it off the wall for you to see. There we go. Right there is the Wallace line. Yes, indeed. Right there, just east of Borneo, within the Indonesian archipelago, is this beautiful red line that runs across there. Where on this side, the creatures are more similar to those in Asia, up there, and on this side, they're more similar to those in Australia, down here. It's pretty neat.
like kangaroos and platypuses, as you hop from one island to the next. Nope. Instead, there's an abrupt switch that happens just east of the island Borneo. And it's not like there's a bunch of mountains in the way either, or anything else that he could see at the time.
Nope.
The change just kind of happens. Wallace's idea about where the line was and how it formed were more or less correct, even though he knew way less about the region's geology than we do now. That's why we still call it the Wallace Line. He noticed that, for the most part, the water separating all of these islands was pretty shallow, but the water between the Asian and Australian-like islands was much deeper. Scientists already knew that the ice ages were a thing, so Wallace knew the sea levels would have gone down when all of that water froze into glaciers. He proposed that during the ice ages, the islands in the shallower water would have found themselves high and dry, connected to each other and their respective mainlands. But the deeper water between the two groups of islands would have still been there, so it kept the two ecosystems separated, except for animals that could swim or fly. Today's scientists still think that that's pretty much what happened. Nice job, Wallace. But now we also know why the water is deeper in that spot. It's where two tectonic plates, or huge layers of the Earth's crust, come together.
And this is where this joins in with continental drift, like we were just talking about.
The details of plate tectonics weren't worked out until long after Wallace's death. But his observations got the ball rolling. We now know that tectonic plates act as species boundaries in other parts of the world too.
And Misanthrope says Krakatoa is near the southern part of Wallace's line. Yes, because that is what we call a plate boundary right there. That's a spreading ridge. That's where magma from underneath the Earth's crust can rise to the surface. And so it makes perfect sense that Krakatoa would be right there. Yes!
And that's helped explain a lot of mysteries. Like why the animals of North and South America are so different, even though it's one giant piece of land. Turns out they weren't actually connected until two tectonic plates crashed into each other
we were just talking about this earlier too with Gabby, the Great American Biotic Interchange. Remember when we were talking about this? Yeah. I kept saying, these are not to scale. That Gomphotherium is not the size of North America. Those ground sloths are not the size of South America. This is an artistic representation. Anyway, the Great American Biotic Interchange right here. Important stuff. Come on, Google Images. Embiggen these, please. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
years ago, after a lot of species had already evolved. When you look at a map, it's easy to forget that the Earth has changed a ton over time. But But those shifts in geology and climate are what shapes the animal communities we see today. And the cool part is that the more we know about geology, the more we can figure out about biology, and vice versa. You can't completely explain why different species live where they do without also knowing about things like ice ages and continental plates, which kind of makes science one big nerdy family. Thanks for watching this episode of Sci.
There you go. I'll give you a link to this video right here. And yeah, here. I think maybe we'll... Here. Let's take a look at this lovely, lovely video here about the father of biogeography, Alfred Russel Wallace. And this focuses a little bit more on his discovery of natural selection, but that was also part and parcel of this idea of biogeography, about why different creatures appear in different places on the Earth. All of these ideas are interconnected in really interesting ways, and I don't know. I hope you really like this. I think it's a beautiful video. Take a look.
Evolution by natural selection. This is an idea that has been sought after since the dawn of human thought.
Yep. Where do we come from?
And it was a theory that was discovered by two people, and we've blithely forgotten one of them.
Yeah.
What on earth has happened to
Wallace.
poor old Alfred Russel Wallace?
Beautiful video here.
Alfred Russel Wallace was born in 1823 in a small cottage by the banks of the River Usk in Wales.
And he works with his brother in this.
So we had a whole stream about Alfred Russel Wallace on the anniversary of his birth back in, was it December or January? It was recently. We try and celebrate his birth along with that of old Chucky D, Charles Darwin, because they were both very important figures. Darwin gets all the attention nowadays, but Wallace was this guy from a working class background, whereas Darwin was like upper class, part of the landed gentry. Wallace discovered some of these same ideas at the same time that Darwin did. He didn't have the advantages in life that Darwin did. It's a fascinating story, and yeah, you can go to the YouTube page for Paleontologizing, and you can find the video, the VOD from when we were talking about Alfred Russel Wallace on the anniversary of his birth.
Surveying the British countryside, he becomes interested in plants, and this is Britain. There's not even that much to become interested in. I say that with a certain amount of national pride. And in 1844, he meets Henry Walter Bates.
There you go, Viper Nat. I know, right?
Bates turned out to be a really keen beetle collector.
So, okay, here we are collecting beetles in miserable Britain. We can do better than this. We can do real science.
He suggested to Bates that they both go off to Brazil and collect mainly insects, but also birds.
These are two know-nothings. They don't have any money, they've been nowhere, and they decide to go to the tropics. I mean, this is the equivalent today of going to Mars. It's just so unimaginably bold.
I don't know about Mars, but yeah, it was bold. It was bold.
They went off to Brazil, worked together for a while, and then decided to split up and concentrate on different areas of the Amazon.
Wallace was the modern equivalent of a backpacker. Basically traveling by himself.
You take care. Sweet dreams.
Local help.
Sleep well.
Everything's stuffed into a dugout canoe, and yet he's trying to do science. And collecting stuff, which is the worst kind of science to do under those circumstances, because you're just accumulating enormous amounts of stuff. Spider monkeys, toucans, parrots, fantastic, gaudy things. So he has this vision. Jaguars. He's going to walk into a London scientific salon with a toucan on his arm. He's not going to be a nobody, he's going to be a somebody.
Yeah. I can relate to that
What
impulse.
happened next was that 26 days into the voyage, when the ship was kind of in the middle of the Atlantic, it caught fire.
Ship's on fire, it's going up like a tinderbox.
and they watched the ship sink.
Wallace got to visualize the collections which he'd nearly died for, those living animals, those pets that were his passport to the big time. He watches everything go up, literally, in flames.
10 days later, they were very luckily rescued by an old leaky ship that was going back to England.
And he writes this poignant letter, as one would. It's nice to be back. I'm never going to see again. But if he wants to realize that ambition to become, quote, a scientist, he's got to do it again.
Wallace decided, where next?
He's off again, this time to Southeast Asia.
This is where he really makes his name.
Astonishing total of 126,000 specimens of natural history, and out of all the specimens he collected, several thousand were new to science.
He's doing the backpacker thing again. He's struggling to survive. He's getting attacked by his specimens keep getting stolen by dogs.
It really is such a cool story. Like, you could make... I'm kind of surprised and disappointed that there are not more Hollywood films. There's never been a Hollywood film, to my knowledge, about the life of Alfred Russel Wallace. This is the sort of thing that could make a blockbuster film. You know? It's... For crying out loud, they made a film about Robert Oppenheimer in 2023. And it won Academy Awards. Alfred Russel Wallace had a much, much more interesting life, in my opinion. And yet nobody knows about him. You know? He had big explosions, though, says Statsbloke. So did Wallace. His ship burned. I mean, shoot. Yeah. This is more of like a pulp tale of adventure than something like that, you know? My point is, the guy led a really, really interesting life, and it is the stuff that adventure films are made of. You know? Yeah. By the way, I actually really enjoyed Oppenheimer. I thought that film was pretty darn good. It makes me optimistic about the future of Hollywood filmmaking. It's good stuff. I saw that movie with iOS when it came out in IMAX at the Sony Metreon here in San Francisco. Oh man, what a treat.
And yet he's still finding time in between bouts of malaria to really think big picture.
He was in a little village, you know, racked by malaria.
Meller Bode says, so your daughters went to... What do you mean? I don't... Mellerbot, I do not have any children that I'm aware of. Yeah, no, I'm not that old, Mellerbot. I'm not. I also saw the Barbie movie too, but I saw it later on Netflix or video on demand or whatever it is.
Malarial fits.
There you go, Casey Snowart, yeah.
During this illness, Wallace was really thinking about natural history and the distribution of plants and animals in space and time.
The notion was that species changed.
And again, this is the sort of thing that could make a great sequence in a film. Think about what a talented director could do with this sequence here, which was really kind of like this fever dream that Wallace had, that he emerged from, and suddenly the idea of natural selection just kind of falls into his lap here. Think about what you could do with that as a talented filmmaker.
Village, you know, racked by malarial fits. During this illness, Wallace was really thinking about natural history and the distribution of plants and animals in space and time.
The notion was that species changed one into another through...
And oh man, I want to see if I can find this. If I can find this section, this has been produced in a BBC documentary before. Thanks, BBC. Yeah, The Forgotten Voyage. Alfred Russel Wallace and his discovery of evolution by natural selection. Here's the link to that right here. Let's see if we can get to that particular sequence. It's funny, this particular documentary is not all that kind to Charles Darwin. Just in the way that it portrays him.
Oh, thank you.
Why not?
I mean, they really wanted to make Wallace the star of the show here, which is understandable. But where's the part where he's he's almost dying of malaria in this hut in the Malay archipelago? There we go. I think it's here.
There. The duck. Dewey McGuffey.
January 1858.
We'll do it later. That was the best meal I've had for weeks. I've a mind to use this place for a base while we're here in the Moluccas. Come back every few weeks, sort out what we've got.
I'm sorry, there's no closed captions there.
We've come a long way these last 6 months. Borneo. Remember those Dayak people at the Longhouse?
Erasmus? What do you mean upstairs
Strange
down?
thing, though.
Erasmus Darwin?
Very odd.
Oh, boy.
They're healthy enough. They have more food than they can eat. And yet there are so few of them. Now, back in England, the population has doubled in just 50 years. Malthus was right. Prodigious power of increase, he called it.
Malthus.
War
and very mixed feelings about Robert
limit
Malthus.
populations, he said. Now, that's in spite of infant mortality. It doesn't have to be only catastrophes, though. Cold one? No. Hot. I'm afraid it's another attack of the ague. Did we pack the quinine when we left Amboina?
Quinine, yeah. Or quinine? Is that how you say it in the UK? Quinine? And here's his fever dream here.
Where did they all come from, Alfred? Out of the ark.
Quinine, stats bloke? That reminds me. Are you from the UK, stats bloke? Holy cow. My old crew chief, back when I worked in Montana, he was from the north of England, from a village north of Manchester. And he used to talk, he would have his gin and tonics in the evening. He would call it his medicine. Because it had quinine in it. Quinine and lime juice and gin. And I guess the quinine was in the tonic water that got mixed with the gin and the lime juice to make gin and tonic. But yeah, G&T, yes indeed, stats bloke. Yeah. But yeah, he used to talk about this all the time. I need my medicine. He would joke, and good sense of humor on Denver Fowler is his name. He now lives here in the States in North Dakota. He runs a museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. But I remember at one point I heard him just swearing in the middle of the night, and it's because he had knocked over the lime juice bottle, and it had gotten all over his rock hammer. Yeah. It had gotten all over his rock hammer and had like instantly rusted it, the lime juice there. And he probably still has it to this day, and there's just a big like rust scar on it. But Anyway, that summer he was all about, oh, I need my medicine. With the quinine. I don't actually, we don't use that term that often here in the States. I'm not 100% sure how we're supposed to pronounce that as Americans. Is it quinine or quinine or quinine or other Americans in the chat? How do you say it? Yeah, those things rust like nobody's business, Ken. I mean, they do have a tendency to, especially in the field. Yeah. The first one, quinine? Really? Mary L? We say quinine? I don't know. I don't feel like I've ever been at risk for malaria. Quinine? I say quinine. But yeah, quinine. There you go, Ken. So yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ken. Quinine, says Lenina. Yes, indeed. All right. Good stuff. Yeah. And upstairs, then, I'm aware that Erasmus Darwin was Charles Darwin's grandfather. Yes. Upstairs, down we did a big stream for old Chucky D's birthday back in February. Find that here. Yeah. Octavius. That wonderful rain, I really appreciate it. There we go. Before the cold open video is even done.
Monster would have been about 15 1/2 meters.
Well. No closed captions on this one for some reason. And Bentley Della Undercover, Epic Realms, Stephen the Shark. How are you all doing? It is wonderful to have you here. Holy cow, happy Darwin Day to all of you. I guess rather than play the cold open video, why don't we get started here with a quick little welcome video. But first of all, Octavius, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. And thank you for bringing your viewers here. Oh, interesting, Sparky Pugwash. Those of you who are here for maybe the first time, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the site. Oh, right, yada yada. What I talk about. Make up for it this next Saturday. Anyway, it's wonderful to have you here. Octavius, tell me how your stream went, if you would. Wonderful. And thank you. Well, for once, he's not even ready. And then previously recorded Danny, all this stuff, blah, 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 etc. Anyway, this is our Darwin Day stream this year. 9, I believe it was. Yeah. That Abraham... Anyway, there's a wonderful documentary about Charles Darwin that we looked at. I provided commentary on.
Captain Fitzroy, this is my brother, Erasmus. Mr. Darwin.
So Darwin's brother was named after their grandfather, Erasmus Darwin.
A man can collect a lot of rubbish in 5 years. It's a wonder you didn't sink the ship, Charles. Named, I take it, after your grandfather? Yes, and an uncle, who drowned himself in the River Derwent. And are you a free thinker like him? I'm more of a free drinker, really.
Charming documentary here. Anyway, for a link to this VOD, which might in turn give you a link to that video, there's that link there. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, where were we? Yes, Alfred Russel Wallace. I can say as a scientist, I have sometimes longed for a time like this when I would have some sort of a fever dream or something like that, as is the apocryphal tale for Alfred Russel Wallace, and just have this grand idea formed in my head afterward, in the throes of some sort of life-threatening fever. I don't know if it actually happened this way, but it makes for a wonderful story. Take a look.
There's a closely related, pre-existing species.
You still haven't explained how one species can change into another.
The individual deaths don't matter. It's as Malthus said, but nobody knows the mechanism.
I agree with everything you wrote about the genesis of species, but I would go further, much further.
Doesn't matter as long as some of them survive. The strongest ones?
I agree, Salamander.
Run fastest?
Yeah.
Are the ones best fitted to the kind of... That's it.
Eureka!
Want water?
Pencil, paper.
Note one.
Pencil, paper. He's like, no, shut up, white man. Sleep. I don't want you to die. Don't want to have to haul your carcass away from here. Get better. You get it right in the morning. And there he goes. Yeah.
The numbers that die annually will be immense. Those that die must be the weakest, while those that prolong their existence can only be the most perfect in health and vigor.
It is a struggle for existence. Useful variations will tend to increase, useless or hurtful variations to diminish.
Yeah, there we go. And this is we have this depicted in paper animation form here. I love this style.
Racked by malarial fits. During this illness, Wallace was really thinking about natural history and the distribution of plants and animals in space and time.
The notion was that species changed one into another through time. And for whatever reason, ping! Yes, there was his eureka moment.
Wallace realized basically there's constant death and struggle in the natural world.
There's finite resources, therefore a competition. So who's going to win that competition? Well, the best endowed.
And this provided a mechanism driving evolution, natural selection.
Yeah.
If you want a eureka moment, that's pretty eureka-y.
And Upstairs Down says, so this was the case of independent academics coming up with the same theories, or did Darwin nick them? No, it is the case of independent academics to the extent that Wallace could be considered an academic. He was a working class guy. He was like a collector of natural specimens. He was not part of like academia in the same way that Darwin was. But he and Darwin shared some of the credit for this. Darwin came up with these ideas first, but Darwin sat on them. He didn't publish them right away. You'll see what happens. And there you go, Statsbook. Exactly. Statsbook says Darwin delayed publishing for literally decades. And this kind of is a case where, like, Darwin's landed gentry, upper class sensibilities, his proclivities toward not upsetting people, not raising eyebrows. You are polite and you are quiet and you go with the flow and that's kind of how Darwin operated. He was afraid of being yelled at by people for his ideas. And if he hadn't got that letter from Wallace about this, he may never have actually published his ideas. If we didn't have Alfred Russel Wallace, Charles Darwin might not be a name that we remember to this very day.
As he's capable of holding a pen, he writes out his manuscript.
Because he knew that Charles Darwin was interested in evolution, he posted the scientific essay off to Darwin. When Darwin opened Wallace's essay and started to read it, he was absolutely shocked.
Yeah.
Darwin wrote, Wallace could have seen one of my manuscript and used its chapter headings as his topic sentences. Darwin cobbles together a set of notes to be presented alongside Wallace's.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is that Wallace is on the other side of the planet. He's still in the Malay archipelago, as far as I know. He writes this letter to old Chucky D, to Charles Darwin in the UK and England, and he says, hey, Charlie Darwin, I I've got these ideas I've been thinking about. I know you're a well-known naturalist. I'm just a young up-and-comer. I'm a working-class guy, but I've got this idea. What do you think about this, Darwin? And Darwin is like, oh, shoot. Holy cow. This other guy has come up with the same idea as me. So what does Darwin do? Darwin shares the credit with him, which is kind of a remarkable testament to his character. Darwin could have burned that letter, could have refused to acknowledge Wallace, and he didn't, you know? Casey Snowart says, I know so many people today who would not have done that. So, yeah. Yeah, in 1858, Darwin's colleagues present the theory of natural selection. Oh, come on, YouTube. At the Linnaean Society of London. And Darwin and Wallace share the credit there. Yeah.
The next thing that happened, of course, was it galvanized Darwin into scribble, scribble, scribble.
The Origin of Species, published in November 1859. It does mention Wallace in the preface, but it's my theory. Here it is. And look, to a certain extent, fair enough. You know, he's been working on this for a long time. Does Wallace go through and count the number of times he's referred to? Does Wallace get resentment? Excuse me? No. Wallace loves the book, says, no, God, look, Darwin knows so much. I couldn't have done this.
Yep.
I suppose I hate sort of injustice, and I feel that at the moment the history of biology has a very Darwinocentric view.
True.
People like Wallace actually made massive contributions, and they deserve to be remembered as well.
Absolutely, yes. So we're talking about him now.
The greatness of the idea that they had, which should give him prominence, which is this idea that everyone's been seeking forever. Where we come from and how we relate to the rest of the natural world.
An incredibly important idea. It's kind of fundamental to who we are as human beings, is where we come from. And Wallace helped discover that alongside Darwin on opposite sides of the world. He's a fellow worth remembering. So there you go. There's a link to this video right here. Yeah. Yeah. That's Bloke says, was the credit removed by someone else, though? Not really. It's more that... I mean, it really kind of comes down to social class. In a way. I mean, here, let me, yeah. Here. Let's take a look at this video.
Everyone knows the name Charles Darwin. He was the father of evolution, the first to come up with that whole natural selection, survival of the fittest thing, right? Actually, Darwin doesn't deserve all the credit. While Darwin was puzzling over the beaks of Galapagos finches, another naturalist working in what's now Indonesia was reaching the exact same conclusions. His name was Alfred Russel Wallace. Darwin gathered the observations that led to the theory of natural selection while traveling the world on the HMS Beagle in the 1830s. After he returned to England, he spent decades developing his ideas
that's a big part of it. Yeah,
working on a book about them. Wallace, who was born in 1823, was 14 years younger than Darwin. He was also less wealthy and less well-connected.
And this is huge. Again, Darwin was a member of the landed gentry. He had a higher social class position than Wallace did. When you read about Wallace, like, Wallace worked various odd jobs when he was young. He was not like a landowner. He was, you know, he was just struggling to make ends meet. He was driven by passion and by this like unquenchable curiosity about the natural world. He wasn't in a comfortable position like Darwin was, you know? Wallace struggled to make a living doing what he loved, whereas Darwin, he always had that position to fall back on, like, oh, you know, I'm a landowner, you know? I'm going to be fine. I'm never going to die poor. Wallace did not have that. And that's a huge part of their story.
While Darwin was methodically shaping the theories that would make him famous, Wallace was doing some globetrotting of his own, studying natural history in South America and the Malay archipelago. In 1858, he wrote a letter to Darwin, already a well-known scientist at the time, outlining in detail his ideas about how species changed through time. Needless to say, Darwin was pretty shocked to get a letter from some young nobody who'd come to the exact same conclusions about evolution that he had. Now, Darwin had been working on this book for a long time, and he did not want Wallace to publish first and get all the credit, so he and his friends quickly threw together a meeting of the Linnean Society of London, an association of biologists. In the meeting,
but Darwin included Wallace too. He didn't try to scoop him on this, you know? He had like a firm moral stance on this, and he's like, you know what? This other guy's come up with the same idea at the same time that I have. That must have felt very vindicating in a certain way, where it's like someone else has hit upon these same ideas. That means I'm on the right track. That's how science should work. It doesn't really matter who is working on something. As long as they're following the evidence, it should lead to the same conclusion. As long as, you know, as long as I'm on the right track, somebody else should arrive at the same location too. And that's what Wallace did. But it also must have been kind of terrifying for Darwin at the same time. It's like, shoot, if I don't get this published soon, somebody else is going to beat me to it.
the secretary of the society presented the ideas of both men at the same time. Wallace wasn't even at the meeting because he couldn't exactly commute from the remote islands in the Indian Ocean where he was working at the time. But neither was Darwin, because his 1.5-year-old son had died just a few days beforehand. Only around 30 people actually showed up at the Linnean Society to hear the papers be presented. And
imagine being one of those 30 people who showed up to that. Like, world history is being made there, and yet it seems like some sort of humdrum meeting of the Linnean Society. Think about that. You know? And how many of Darwin's young children passed away at a young age? I think at least 2. There was his son and his daughter, was it Annie, I think? And that was the death that really broke him. But yeah. Statsbloke says, I wonder if they had any idea how impactful the ideas would be. Statsbloke, Darwin understood this better than Wallace did, it seems. Darwin, again, as a member of the landed gentry, as a member of, like, the upper crust of society, to a certain extent, at least. He's not a royal, but, you know, he's a landowning member of the aristocracy. Aristocracy? Anyway, he owns land, at least. He's a gentleman. Wallace is not. Wallace is, you know, a member of the working class, like, you know, like me. Darwin understood the implications that this would have, particularly because his wife was devoutly religious and was often kind of taken aback by some of Darwin's ideas. Again, I want to recommend this lovely BBC documentary about this. Yeah. Darwin's Dangerous Idea. Darwin talking with the woman who would become his wife, Emma. He got a sense from her that these were, you know, dangerous ideas. I'm I'm trying to find you a clip here. Here we go.
Was pretty swift.
And how would you breed a fellow like Squib here?
Let's scoot back a little bit.
Darwin.
Emma, you're a remarkably good shot.
Hello, Parker.
Miss Wedgwood.
You've met my cousin, Mr. Darwin, before.
Sir.
He's fast, eh?
Fastest in the county.
You breed him yourself?
I mated him with a bitch who was pretty swift.
And how would you breed a fellow like Squib here?
From the runts, I suppose.
How dare you? Squib is quite as nice as any of your rotten dogs.
It's true. It's from the runts and monsters that breeders can produce tailless cats. Or pygmies, like Squib.
I'm not listening to any more of this. Take me back to the house at once and stop saying horrid things.
From wolves to greyhounds. From bulldogs.
Golden X, wait, what?
In what? A matter of a few hundred years. I take it you don't find talk of dogs all that interesting.
I can think of more interesting topics of conversation.
Such
like
as?
dinosaurs.
The novels of Miss Austen.
And
the dinosaurs weren't known at the time, actually. The word dinosaur wouldn't be coined until 1842. Anyway.
What does she have to say about selective breeding?
Nothing, as I recall.
Ah, that's a great pity. Why shouldn't nature produce such differences? These different breeds of dog.
Why should it? What would be the point?
Survival.
In nature, a little poppet like Squib, who was the smallest in her litter, would die. You nearly did die, didn't you?
Yes, that's true. But what about the one with a little more vigor? Or a head start? Because of some peculiarity?
Such as?
A puppy. Born with an extra thick coat in a hot climate would be a monstrosity. But in a cold climate, that would be a good adaptation. That puppy would have an advantage. Got you.
Charles.
Emma?
Let me go.
Not
boy.
until you've paid
Uh-oh.
the toll.
Which is?
A kiss.
That's your cousin, dude.
For me, rather than the dog.
Uh-oh.
You can make a big dog or a small dog, but you can't produce feathers on a dog. Nor can you create organs as miraculous as the heart and the eyes. That can only be the work of God.
Typical, like, creationist argument there. Oh, boy. Yeah.
Hurry up.
Anyway. Yeah. And then later on, so this is one of the reasons why, you know, Darwin was, I think, so hesitant to, you know, to bring forth his ideas. Was because Emma, his cousin, who would later become his wife, she was very reticent about these ideas, revolutionary ideas at the time.
What is it?
I've completed a sketch of my species theory. I believe it's a considerable step in science. If anything should happen to me,
What do you mean?
if I should die,
Die, Charles, for goodness sake.
please, my love, it's important. If anything should happen to me,
It's after they're married.
I'd like you to see to it that it gets published. £400 should be enough to see it printed and promoted.
Nothing's going to happen to you.
You say here that the human eye may possibly have been acquired by gradual selection of slight, but in each case useful deviations.
Yes?
That's a very great assumption, Charles.
Well, if I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about everything. My entire theory's in ruins.
Can your theory account for the way my eyes and ears and hands and heart combine to reproduce the sounds that Chopin heard in his head? Isn't that a God-given gift?
Well, it's given, but not, I think, by God.
You're a man of science. You don't want to believe anything until it's proved. But some things are beyond proof.
It almost feels like a soap opera
It would
here.
be a nightmare to me if I thought we didn't belong to each other forever in heaven.
This was the tension that existed in their marriage, though. Like, this is pretty well documented.
Emma was a sincere believer in the Christian plan of salvation, and that those who trusted in Jesus and his resurrection from the dead would spend eternity in heaven.
And Salamander, yeah, I agree.
She saw that her husband's speculations about the origins of species and of humanity would jeopardize the Christian plan of salvation. God was being made remote in her husband's universe. Now, if nature by itself, unaided by God, could make an eye, then what else couldn't nature do? Nature could do anything. It could make everything.
Arguably, Darwin was one of the, in terms of his impact upon our world, one of the greatest scientists of all time. What do you mean, gone to waste because of marriage? What are you talking about, dude in Mesa? I don't understand what you're saying.
In Darwin's day, the very existence of an organ of extreme perfection like the eye was taken by many as proof of God, as proof of a designer. How else could all of the intricate organs and substructures of the eye have come together in just the right way to make vision so possible and so perfect? But it turns out the eye isn't exactly perfect after all. In fact, the eye contains profound optical imperfections. And those imperfections are proof, in a sense, of the evolutionary ancestry of the eye.
Eyes are imperfect because evolution does not create things the way a designer or an artist does.
It's true. Yeah.
Natural selection simply favors random changes that make an organism more fit to survive.
Yep.
And imperfections in design
upstairs down,
often result from evolution's constant tinkering. One such imperfection proved traumatic for artist Valerie Young.
We had just come home from a party, and I saw a lot
That is
of
Liam
lights
Neeson. Yes, indeed,
flashing
stats
inside
book,
my
yeah.
eye, especially on the outside edge of the right eye. And I thought we may be in trouble here. And it took me a while to really see that this was coming from inside my eye.
Give you a link to this video. It's lovely
Hopefully
video.
My husband was with me because I wouldn't have been able to drive to the hospital.
Yeah.
So my vision was pretty obscured. The only way I can describe it is like a jellyfish with lots of little bubbles in it. And it just kept turning and floating in front of my eyes.
Valerie had a retinal tear. Not an uncommon problem due to the way human eyes evolved from light-sensing patches of brain tissue in our ancient ancestors.
Yeah, human eyes are very
in the human
delicate
embryo,
things.
Eyes develop from bulges in the brain's neural tube that pinch in to form cavities.
Yep.
This top layer, the retina, which tore in Valerie Young's eye, contains cells that collect light. It rests against a second, darker layer that lines the back of the eye. But the two layers are not attached to one another. And when the jelly that fills the eye liquefies as we age, it can cause the retina to tear. The jelly can then seep into the space underneath, leading to a retinal detachment and, in some cases, blindness.
When Valerie Young came in, her floaters were an immediate clue that she could have a retinal tear. We were able to successfully apply laser treatment in the office that day to seal it off, like applying sandbags around something, to wall it off so that the vitreous jelly would not get in the break and detach her retina.
Nice.
Valerie Young's retinal tear is just one example of imperfections in the design of human eyes.
Happened to you, Casey Snowart? Holy cow.
Another occurs because nerve cells and blood vessels evolved to lie in front of the retina.
Yeah.
where they interfere with its ability to form sharp images.
If you were
It's
to
like trying to take a picture through a foggy piece of glass.
if you were to design like an eye or a camera or something like this in this way, you would get fired. Like, no engineer in the world would design things this way, because this wasn't designed like this. It evolved from earlier light-sensitive cells, and it just, whatever step was good enough along the way was the way that it worked. That's why we've got such imperfect eyes to this day. That's why older people need glasses. That's why you have things like retinal tears that are so common. It's important to understand this stuff so that we can help fix it, you know?
And the optic nerve itself evolved to connect to the brain through a hole in the retina.
Yep.
So the eyes of all vertebrates have a small blind spot, right near the middle of the visual field.
Yes, indeed.
Evolution starts with what's already there, tinkers with it, and modifies it, but can never do a grand redesign.
Exactly, Dame Karen,
Even
yeah.
the eye,
Yeah.
with all of its optical perfection, has clues to the fact that its origin is of the blind process of natural selection.
Darwin believed that what he called an organ of extreme complexity, like the eye, could evolve by small steps, given enough time. Any trait that improved vision would aid in the
Very good
search
stats
for
book,
food
exactly.
or a mate.
Stats book says our new camera puts the sensor behind all the wires, and there's also a hole in the sensor. You would never design it that way, and yet that's how vertebrate eyes work. That's how our eyes work as vertebrate animals. Yeah. Not to, talk crud about our own eyes. They're wonderful, beautiful pieces of anatomy, but you would never design them in that way, in an intelligent way. It's just, yeah.
Or in the avoidance of predators. So natural selection would most certainly favor those traits.
Yeah.
And what Darwin was able to do was to point out that you might think in logic that it's difficult to imagine a set of intermediary stages between the simplest little spot of nerve cells that can perceive light to a lens-forming eye that makes complex images. But in fact, these intermediary forms do exist in nature.
Oh, yeah.
At the University of...
Pfizer says, so our eyes disprove intelligent design? I mean, yeah. It's easy to improve intelligence. It's like disproving a flat Earth, It's like, yeah. There's lots and lots and lots of different things that improve, that disprove intelligent design, Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Commodore, yeah.
In Sweden, zoologist Dan Erik Nilsson has developed models to show how
your lower back certainly disproves it. There you go, Goganek, yeah. Yeah.
intermediate stages to become a complex human-like eye in less than 500,000 years.
Yeah, I've been interested in eye evolution for a long time.
Your knees, that's bloke. I'm sorry to hear that. But, oh, shoot.
I've been interested in the question of how long time it would take for an eye to evolve.
Nilsson envisioned a sequence of stages by which a flat patch of light-sensitive cells on an animal's skin could evolve into a camera-type eye. As a first step, nature would favor any changes that made the flat patch more cup-like.
Yeah. As soon as you've created even the slightest depression in the center, it means that the edges of the cup will actually shade light from parts of the environment. And of course, all the light-sensitive cells in this little cup, they won't measure light in exactly the same direction. So already this cup has some pictorial information.
And Bat NC.
Demonstrates what a primitive cup
I can relate sometimes, yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Bat NC. Welcome.
Skulls cast an image onto a translucent screen Nilsson installs at the back of the cup to act like a retina. But the image is not at all well defined.
the cup eye can do little more than detect movement.
Yeah.
This kind of eye can be found in nature today, in flatworms.
Yeah.
Their eyes evolved no further.
Ask Science Streams Balint about
That's all they
flatworms.
needed.
And Lita, too.
But if the animals need to move faster or evolve to become fast predators or to see other fast predators, then the construction needs to be improved. And one way of doing that is to constrict the opening.
Yeah, to make a
To
lens
make it
or
smaller.
have an aperture like that.
That's just what happened to creatures like the chambered nautilus.
Yeah.
Over thousands of generations,
love nautilus.
natural selection favored those with slightly more constricted eye openings.
And Lita is a
Focus
planarian
light
person.
more
Cool,
sharply.
Dame Karen. Ask Lita from
This worked
Science
well,
Streams about
up to a point.
planarians.
Since this strategy of making a sharp image also has the drawback of creating a very dim image, it's not very popular in the animal kingdom. And there is an alternative solution, which has become very popular in the animal kingdom, the solution
lens.
that we use in our own eyes, and that is to put in a lens.
Yeah.
Nielsen's model lens uses two thin layers of clear plastic. He can inject water in between them to make the plastic windows bulge out like a convex lens.
There you go.
This mimics what natural selection might have done over a few 100,000 generations, favoring
What it
animals
did.
with a rounded, transparent layer in their eyes that caused light to be focused more sharply on the retina.
So we can make it gradually from no lens at all and just continue to inject more water, making the lenses bulge more and more, and the image becomes gradually sharper and sharper.
There you go. Pretty cool.
So we can go all the way gradually in very small steps from a simple pigment cup eye, which has barely got the ability to determine the direction of a light source, all the way to a complete camera type eye of the same type as we have ourselves. And that is really exactly the way eye evolution must proceed.
Yep. Yeah.
The extreme complexity of the eye left Darwin in a cold sweat, he wrote to a friend.
But he didn't understand this stuff at the time. Darwin lived a long time
He
ago.
was convinced that an eye could be formed by natural selection. He later wrote that eyes must have evolved by numerous gradations from an imperfect and simple eye to one perfect and complex, with each grade being useful to its possessor.
There you go. Yeah.
Nature, unaided by a designer, could produce an organ of seemingly miraculous complexity.
Pretty cool stuff. Pfizer wants to know, when did Darwin live? So Darwin was born, old Chucky D, old Charlie Darwin was born February 12th, 1809. And I remember that because that is the same exact birthday and same exact year as Abraham Lincoln. Charles Darwin and Abraham Lincoln are born on the same day in the same year. And he died, according to Pfizer, 1882. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, we did a big Darwin Day stream in February of this year. There we go. But yeah. Like this. It just says birds. Anyway, here's a link to that VOD if you want to watch it for whatever reason. There you go. Anyway, T-Rex official trailer. What is this? Tyrannosaur lizards. Ooh. I hope you copied and pasted that, Salamander, because you know as well as I do that tyrannosaurs are not lizards. But what is this? Big Quetzalcoatlus or Asdarkid pterosaur right there? Champsosaur? Oh, this looks good so far. Anzu, maybe? Big Oviraptorosaur? Oh, you know what? We're going to take a look at this on Monday, I think. I think we're going to look at this on Monday. From Bill and Ted? Who are Ted and Bill, Commodore? What do you mean? Anyway. I gotta wrap this thing up. I've been streaming for over 6 hours at this point, longer than I was planning on. Let's go ahead and commence our wrap-up procedure here. Let's put a Deinonychus skull under our credits. And let's see who else is here on Twitch doing some science, whom we might raid into right now. Don't go away just yet, chat. The science is not stopping. And
the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Verminitide Doug, thank you for the 4 months.
Occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you for that level of support. Verminitide Doug, thank you, thank you. You're here on Paleontologizing, Verminitide Doug, and you're about, hopefully, to raid in with us. To somebody else doing some science on Twitch. Let's see who's live right now. Sage is live. Well, holy cow. We're going to go say hello to Rocket Sage, everybody, who is a real-life geologist, and she redid her hair. Very cool. Rocket Sage. We're going to go right into Sage right now. So everybody, you don't go away. We're going to go say hello to a fellow scientist here on Twitch. Who's talking about her thesis right now, and then doing some gaming. Very cool. Well, we've got some science to explore with Rocket Sage. Thank you to everybody who's appeared in our credits right here. Raiders and followers, subscribers and cheerers, gifters, and of course moderators. Thank you, mods, for tuning in on a Saturday. I know this is outside our normal schedule, but thank you, moderators. I really appreciate you. We're going to go say hello to Rocket Sage, and I will see everybody on Monday, I hope. For some fossil news, we'll take a look at that trailer and all this good stuff. So, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Until then, for right now, let's go say hello to a fellow Earth scientist, Rocket Sage. We're jumping in right now. Let's do it, chat. See you there.